I don't know if that's too bright looking or not. Oh well. Okay. Chapter 35. When Anouk opened her eyes, she was staring into the frowning face of an old man dressed in a navy blue coat, Wellington boots, and a tweed cap. He prodded her gently with his cane. Oi there, girlie, no sleeping in the stones. I don't have to tell you crazy pagan types that. Now scamper off and there's no harm done, eh? Don't want to have to call the police. She stared blankly at the old man. A patch on his jacket declared him an employee of the Stonehenge Visitors Center. She must have looked more than a little bedraggled because he cocked his head and said, Girlie, you okay? Didn't eat any special mushrooms, did you? I was young once. I remember the thrill of sneaking into a forbidden place after lights out. Lucky you didn't freeze to death out here. Dazed, she sat up and looked around her, but Jack had vanished from the top of the stones. It wasn't snowing any more. Dawn had come and gone, and sun had burned the frost from the fields. She pressed a hand to her head. Last she remembered she was being roasted alive. Her skin had sizzled like butter in a pan. Her blood had bubbled like broth brought to a roiling boil. Missy? The elderly man was holding out a hand to help her stand. Instinctively she took it. He pulled her to her feet and then brushed lightly at her shoulder. Oops, you have a bit of grass on you. Don't want to stain such a pretty jacket. She jerked her head at the word. Jacket? To her supreme shock, she was fully dressed. She was wearing the black dress she'd gotten from the galleries Lafayette. Never mind that she left it in Madame Torres' townhouse, and her Oxford shoes, and her hair was pulled back in a black ribbon. Nothing was burned or singed or even wrinkled. It was as though every piece had come straight off the hanger. And the Faustine jacket, she'd watched it burn. Now it was draped over her shoulders like a cape. She shrugged it off and ran her fingers over every inch, checking the stitching, the red satin fabric, the cuffs and collar. Everything was perfect, almost. It wouldn't be her jacket if it didn't have a few errant streaks of dust. She hugged the jacket to her chest and ran her hands up her arms, marveling at how the bruises she'd collected when she'd hit the floor after sliding down the museum banister had vanished from her skin. Even her knuckles, which had been perpetually chapped since the Black Forest, were now buttery smooth. She laughed aloud. It worked! She threw her arms around the first thing she saw, which happened to be the visitor center employee. Puzzled, he laughed off her embrace and readjusted his cap. Hop off now, girlie. Howl at the moon somewhere else tonight, eh? She spun in a circle at the center of the stones. They weren't humming like they'd been the night before, but she still sensed magic in them. She felt connected to the stones, the grass, and the visitor center employee in a way she had never before, as though the world were now an extension of her own body, and she might make the grass ripple as effortlessly as she tossed her own hair. Was this what it felt like to be a witch? Not just small sparks of magic in her fingers, but as though the whole world were a warm, glittering dream, and until this point she had been merely sleeping through? The smile left her face as she remembered London. I have to save Luke! The bewildered old man called after her as she leaped over the guard railing and sprinted down the path of the visitor's centre. An awful idea hit her, and she stopped abruptly. Without Jack, how was she supposed to get back to London? She needed a bus schedule, a ticket. Idiote! She groaned. She was a witch. She thrust a hand into her pocket and found the bag of Cricket's eucalyptus. At the cottage, Esme had told her that with the right combination of life essences, doorways could be altered to lead to different destinations. It was tricky magic. Flowers alone wouldn't suffice. She swallowed 3 dried eucalyptus leaves, along with a handful of fresh dewy grass from within the circle. A glittering warm fizz spread through her body. Why hadn't Madame Torah told her that magic could feel like this? Like the tickle of a feather on the back of her neck, both delicious and bothersome at the same time. Raising her hands toward the nearest bathroom door, she whispered the words that were bumping around in her mouth. Abri Knox. Creating doorways was far more advanced magic than sewing on buttons. She had expected the magic to explode from her like water from one of Luke's garden hoses set on high, but instead it simply was there when she needed it, and wasn't when she didn't. It reminded her of the goat lottery, one of Luke's fairy tales about a poor goat-herd girl who bet her family's swag on the village's annual lottery and won a magical coat from the meadow sprite who ran it. Every time the girl needed money, she reached into her pocket, and there it was, exactly as much as she needed, no more nor less. She held her breath as she twisted the bathroom doorknob. The last thing she wanted to see on the other side was a commode, and to her delight the bathroom beyond had indeed disappeared. The door now led into the grand entryway of the British Museum, with a banner over the ticket booth advertising the upcoming Nutcracker Ballet special exhibit. She paused to smile over her shoulder at the old man. "Thanks for not calling the police, monsieur." The door now led to the grand entryway of the British Museum, with a banner over the ticket booth advertising the upcoming Nutcracker Ballet special exhibit. The ancient stones had worked their magic again. The border spell was no match for the mysterious energy the elderly visitor's center employee would doubtlessly run after her thought through the door, but he'd find only the usual row of urinals. A shiver of magic ran through her. She crossed the enchanted threshold. No trains, no buses, not even any help from the snow children. That warm tickle ran through her whole body, but there was scalding hot edge to it, too, and she pressed a hand to her stomach as if she'd gotten a sudden cramp. Magic wasn't limitless. She could open a doorway across half of England. She could even travel far, fast, without a hefty bout of motion sickness. Her shoes echoed on the museum floor, as the door shut behind her. "Anouk!" Cricket was on the stairs, skipping down the steps two at a time to join her. "We've been looking for you all night. Bo's tearing up exhibits to find you. Luke is barely hanging on. The dead have completely taken over the upper floors. We had to barricade the basement to keep them out. Whoa! Arrête un moment." Cricket stopped on the last step. Her features twisted as she looked Anouk over. "You don't look like you." Anouk knew what Cricket meant, even though on the outside she looked like she always did, dressed in the Faustine jacket, tawny hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "I did it," she breathed. "Cricket, I'm a witch." The caution in Cricket's face intensified. She was a thief, after all, and thieves had a sharp eye for traps. But then Cricket's gaze settled on the grass stains on Anouk's shoes. Her frown vanished. "Like, seriously, Anouk, that's incredible." She ran over, touched a lock of Anouk's hair, wrapped the silky strands between her fingers, and laughed. Anouk boomed into a rasping groan came from the top of the stairs. Both girls tensed. "The dead," Cricket warned. "We'd better get out of here. Luke's still downstairs. Hurry." The sound of multiple sets of alarmingly fast footsteps came from the upper level. The dead had heard them. Anouk and Cricket ran to the basement, pushing aside the crates and the others had used as a barricade. Anouk and the last of the eucalyptuses cast a barrier spell to keep the dead from falling, and then they raced down the stairs. A tornado swept through the basement. Crates were thrown open. Packing straw littered the floor. Vico was knee-deep in a storage box. Saint was high in the rafters, as if he'd been spooked by something. Luke was laid out in one of the sarcophagi, his brow beaded with sweat, his eyelids fluttering. "Anouk!" Vigo collapsed onto a pile of packing straw. "Finally, we thought one of the dead had gotten you." "Anouk! Where?" Beau appeared from the back room with a broom in his hand, a layer of dust on his hair and shoulders as though he'd been poking the broom through the rafters looking for her. When he saw her, he dropped the broom and went to wrap her up in a bear hug, but then he stopped. A shadow wavered in his eyes. "It's me, Beau," she said softly. "I know I look different. Jack took me to a place where the cold baths occur naturally on midwinter dawns." Her voice danced. "I did it this time. I survived." He didn't seem to trust his own eyes until Anouk pushed up her jacket sleeves and showed off her smooth skin free of bruises. When her skin caught the light, it even glowed with a golden undertone. His eyes widened. Madame skin gleamed like that. "I thought it was makeup." "Not makeup. Magic." She knelt next to Luke and touched his burning forehead. "Luke?" His lips moved soundlessly. Beneath his fluttering eyelids, his eyes rolled wildly. "He's fading," Cricket said, and Luke stroked Luke's forehead. Being a witch came with great power, but it didn't come with obvious answers. She'd thought that once she was a witch, casting spells would be as automatic as breathing, that she'd simply know what life essence to consume and what words to utter, but as she took Luke's weak pulse, she felt almost as uncertain as she always had. She knew dozens of spells, but she didn't know which one would work best, and she didn't have time to try them all. "Anouk?" Beau asked softly. She cleared her throat. "Where's Luke's stash of herbs?" Cricket hunted up Luke's knapsack, and Anouk dug through his jars of herbs and dried flowers. She thought back on all she'd read in the cottage library about poison. There was one particular spell that drew out poison like salt drew out moisture, but it required a complicated combination of life essences. Something breathing, something bleeding, something blue. It was time to be a witch. Chapter 36. Vigo, get me a few drops of blood, the Duke ordered. Put it in that mug. Bo, there's a stuffed peacock in the storerooms. Bring me one of its feathers, a blue one. And someone catch one of the flies buzzing around the pizza box. Her friend set to work. Hunter Black searched for something to prick Vigo's finger with and found a safety pin attached to a 19th century gown. Bo disappeared to the back rooms and returned with a feather. It smelled like a musty sweater, but the iridescent barbs hadn't lost their blue sheen. Cricket, with her nimble hands, made quick work of trapping one of the flies. She cut it in her hands. Do you need it squished or still buzzing around? Anouk felt a flutter of regret. Squished. Cricket smacked her hands together and then dropped the dead fly in their mug. If they'd been goblins, they would have poured out a sip of tea in honor of the insect sacrifice, but as it was, Bo just let out a small sigh. Vigo added his blood, and Anouk mixed it with cherry blossoms, then used one of the long white owl feathers to paint a line of the mixture from Luke's heart to his left hand, whispering as she went. Finally, she pricked the center of Luke's palm with the safety pin. A black, putrid-smelling liquid oozed out. Slowly, Luke's fluttering eyes calmed. He blinked hard a few times before turning his unfocused gaze on Anouk. He squinted at her healed arms. Dust bunny? A weak smile followed by a faint, knowing laugh. You brilliant thing! Your magic! She took in a sharp breath. To the others, it must sound like a simple enough comment, but it went beyond that. Just over a year ago, days after she'd been made a human, on the floor of Madavatora's attic, she'd found Madavatora's collection of wands in the back of the witch's closet. The delicate one made of ivory, the heavy one of iron. The wooden ones, some of which still had knots and forked branches. She'd played at being a magic handler herself, pointing the ivory wand at the shoes that needed cobbling, the clothes in need of mending, the dresses in need of washing, pretending that magic would spring forth and do her work for her. Madavatora had caught her, of course. Anouk had frozen terrified, but the witch had only laughed at Anouk's silly games, stroked her hair, and taken the wand out of Anouk's hand and replaced it with a feather duster. Here's your wand, my pretty little beastie. Luke had been watering the houseplants at the time. He'd overheard it all. That evening, he found Anouk dusting the library, took the feather duster out of her hand, and replaced it with one of the books from the shelves. What's this? Anouk had asked. You don't need a wand to cast magic, he replied. This is all you need. Books, stories, imagination. Your magic, Dust Bunny, as long as you have those. And now here he was, 1 foot in the grave, and those words meant just as much to her now as they had then. She cupped his cheek. Luke, you're safe. I drained the poison. He closed his eyes for a long time. A pained look crossed his face before he said, Of course you did. Of course you did. He opened his eyes and smiled. Oh. She tried to help him up, but he winced and shook his head. Wait. Tins. It's going to take me at least as long to crawl back to life as it did to get so close to death. He eased himself back into the sarcophagus. His breathing was labored. When she gave him a concerned look, he responded with a weak laugh. I just need rest. He eyed her closely. You've got dust on your face. No, don't wipe it off. I like that you're still you, even as a witch. She told him about Jack and Stonehenge and enchanting the bathroom door into a portal back, and how it felt to be remade top to bottom by magic, and how she now understood why Madavatora had been so arrogant, the sheer potential at her fingertips, and yet so callous because no power was limitless, and not even witches were spared from making mistakes. You need a moniker, Luke said. Bo and Cricket and Hunter Black turned to her, interested to hear what she would say. Madavatora had been the Diamond Witch of Paris. Madazola had been the Lavender Witch of Montelamar. Anouk lifted her chin. The Gargoyle. The Gargoyle Witch? Asked Hunter Black. No, just the Gargoyle. She hesitated. She wanted to put in words the complicated feelings in her heart. Though she didn't feel like a witch. There was being a witch in the sense that she could handle magic, which was true, but there was also being a witch in the sense of a cadre of ambitious women, hungry for power, ruthless in their means, whose hearts, in many cases, were quite literally made of stone. She was determined never to be like the latter. Was the cabbage taken? Bo asked. Anouk gave him a shove. Don't forget about an omelette, Cricket said. You need one of those too. Anouk picked up the Faustine jacket from where she'd laid it at the foot of Luke's sarcophagus. She stroked the fabric and felt an answering spark of magic. Hunter Black, can you hand me that safety pin? He passed it over wordlessly. Anouk pricked her own finger, then ran a line of blood around the rim of the jacket's right pocket, then the left, speaking a spell under her breath. Mada Anouk, she whispered. As soon as the words were spoken, the spots of blood ringing in the pockets soaked into the fabric so deeply that they disappeared. Hesitantly aware of the many sets of eyes on her, Anouk reached a hand into the left pocket. Her arm disappeared up to her armpit. What are you going to keep hidden away in there? Bo asked. Herbs, wands, if I ever find one. Maybe a boyfriend if he gives me any trouble. Bo held up his hands in mock surrender. Cricket took the jacket and thrust her hand into the right pocket. Her into the left pocket. Her arm just sorry. You made it really slow. She frowned when her fingers came away with nothing more than lint. It works only for me. Anouk took the jacket back and slid on one arm at a time. It fit her body so perfectly, so right. In a way, that was what it felt like to become a witch. It was like slipping into a set of clothes that had been tailor-made for her. She motioned to St. John's body. We need to find out if he was telling the truth about the noir cur. find out where it is. She turned to Luke. Do you have herbs for astral projection? He was too weak to get up, but he gave Anouk directions, and she and Cricket worked to concoct an elixir. At Anouk's request, Bo and Hunter Black dragged out one of the Monet paintings. Anouk whispered softly, and the painted water began to ripple. She grinned. Bo and Luke and Cricket all looked at her oddly. They couldn't see what she could through the painting. As she continued to whisper, the water stilled like glass, and she could make out the glow of Big Ben's clock. She blurred her vision so she could see into the projection. She felt herself floating around outside of the tower. Construction cones and police barricades surrounded the base. She floated past them, soared like a bird to the glowing clock face, and felt herself perching on one of the giant hens. She peered through the number 3 into the chamber within and gasped. It was entirely filled with coal-black smoke. It swirled like a slow-moving tornado trapped in a glass ball. She made out the shape of the bell in the center of the smoke. It was turned upside down like a cauldron. Standing around it were murky shapes, but to call them human would be inaccurate. They swirled with the smoke, more like wisps of ash than people. Perhaps the figures had once had faces, but now their features were merely dips and rises of smoke. St. John was right. The witches' identities were very nearly gone. The Noir Cur had been destroying them at the same time that it had been bringing them great power. Anouk continued to whisper into the painting, changing the angle of her view so that she could peer inside the cauldron. It was filled with smoke so thick it was only a blackness. Then nothing, the chaos. She whispered again, and her projection pulled out of the cauldron, then out of the tower entirely, and then it was all of London she was seeing some time in the near future. The city was in complete ruins. Smoke blackened the streets in a deadly fog. The river had overflowed its banks. The ground was littered with bodies of pretties, blood dripping from their eyes and ears. And then with a flash the clock hands met, and with a spectacular crack Big Ben's clock face shattered. The clock stopped. A deafening rumble spread through the city as lightning crackled through the unnaturally dark smoke. Bolts came faster and faster until the entire city was on fire. The pretties were decimated, the streets were fractured, buildings reduced to rubble, the ultimate plague, the Noir Cur let loose on the city. Anouk pulled out of her vision with a gasp. Bo caught her before she stumbled. She blinked hard, her body twitching, as she slowly took in the familiar surroundings of the basement, reassuring herself that what she had seen was only a vision. The city, for now, was still standing. She drew in a rapid breath. Is what St. John said true? Hunter Black asked darkly. No, she whispered. It's much worse. She told them about the destruction of the city, which would happen when the clock hands met unless they found a way to stop it. Bo gave her a searching look. What are you thinking, Cabbage? Anouk dragged a hand through her hair. I can't do this on my own, even as a witch. We need reinforcements. Her eyes settled on Vigo. Determined, she went to him and took the golden hair he held in his arms by the scruff of its neck. Chapter 37. Merci adieu, Anouk thought, for magic. Instead of waiting for the hair to expel the ruby the natural way, or as Vigo crassly put it, waiting for it to démolir un cake, Anouk consulted with Luke and then gathered oh Capri. Gathered a concoction of gorse, owl feathers, a snippet of the rabbit's fur, and a splash of Vigo's blood. She swallowed it down, and while Cricket held the hair steady, whispered a spell she'd learned at the cottage, a version of the one Cricket had cast in the museum restaurant that could temporarily transmute a substance into water. As soon as she finished the whisper, the hair's golden fur turned translucent. They could see through its skin like peering through glass. Its clear heart beating and clear lungs breathing, and in the pit of the hare's stomach a red ruby. Fast as she could, Anouk thrust her hand through the enchanted fur, her fingers sinking into the watery substance, through the fur and skin and stomach lining, grabbed the ruby stud, and pulled her hand back out. The watery substance molded itself back into place as her spell faded, and within seconds they were looking at fur again. The hare, unharmed, twitched its nose and leapt out of Cricket's arms. Hey! Cricket ran after it, but Anouk shook her head. Leave it. We don't need it for anything else. Anyway, it'll be safer down here than anywhere else in the city. She held the ruby in her palm and watched its polished facets catch the light. She peered into the empty rafters. Where's Saint? We need him. They poked through the back storerooms until Hunter Black found Saint perched on the frame of a Degas painting, a freshly killed mouse in its beak. Cricket and Bo kept their distance, but Hunter Black enticed the falcon into his arm and carried him back to Anouk. Saint cocked his head. A drop of blood rolled off the point of his beak. Easy, fellow. Remember me? He had a new golden bell dangling from a cord around his neck. She thought briefly of how anguished she'd been when Duke had taken her magic, how desperately she'd wanted it back. Carefully, Anouk had unfastened the bell, pried one of the metal leaves, and inserted the ruby stud inside. She refastened the bell around Saint's neck and treated him to a scrap of pepperoni. He hopped onto her arm. Hunter Black, she called over the assassin and delicately passed him the bird. Take him and try not to terrorize each other. We need to get to the roof, she told the others. The floors between here and there are still overrun by reanimated corpses, Bo said. Anouk turned to Luke. Do you have any more gorse? With a pinch of herbs and a whisper, Anouk enchanted the janitor's closet door into a portal to the roof. When she twisted the doorknob, mops and buckets had been replaced by the exterior rooftop dome. Frigid air carried the chaotic sounds of the city, cars honking, people screaming, alarms that never ended. Anouk held the door open for the others. They filed through, but Anouk grabbed Cricket before she crossed the threshold and motioned for her to hang back. That ruby has me thinking about jewels, she said. How good they are at containing spells. Did you see the exhibit for the Heart of Alexandrite downstairs? It's the rarest jewel in the world. It had every manner of security guarding it. Bars, cameras, alarms. It seems like the perfect vessel to contain the noir cur. Cricket cracked her knuckles. I'll just need a few hours and a screwdriver. There's something else. Anouk hesitated and then discussed the situation with Cricket in a quiet voice. Cricket's eyes went wide, but she nodded. They joined the others on the roof. Bo supported Luke under the arm. Big O propped open the door with one of the Nutcracker dolls in case they needed to get back to the basement quickly. Anouk walked to the edge of the roof. Bo joined her on one side, Cricket on the other. Hunter Black, with Saint still perched on his wrist, veered dangerously close to the edge, peering down at the tumultuous city with an unreadable expression. Big O hung back in the warmth of the doorway, blowing into his hands. Merde, Cricket muttered as she gazed over the rooftops. It's gotten even worse. In just a day, the city had become unrecognizable. Twin moons shone on roof tiles, littered with toads, some alive, some dead. Wisps of black smoke curled toward the sounds of the city in arcs too perfect to be regular chimney smoke. The time slips had multiplied. Mobs took the wrong turns, cars drove into them and simply vanished. Pretties running from crazed mobs took wrong turns and disappeared. Luke, still weak, sank onto an air conditioning unit. What happened? Bo's voice was halting. Halting, where is that? His eyes were wide as he took in the pretty circling, repeating the same motions again and again. The plagues, Anouk said, and they're only going to get worse. I saw it in my vision. The time slips will accelerate until the city is completely consumed by the noir current. One of those clock hands reached midnight, it'll be nothing but smoke. They looked at the clock face and saw they didn't have much time. Anouk motioned Hunter Black and Saint over. Go to Castle Ides, Anouk told the bird, fast as you can. She nodded a signal. Hunter Black went to the edge and launched the bird off his wrist. Saint took wing and glided into the air, soaring over the rooftops until he disappeared into low-lying clouds. Cricket peered incredulously down at the city. How long until Saint gets to Paris? He's fast, even without magic, and he's strong enough to fly high above the time slips. He'll make it within the hour, Hunter Black said. He better, Bo muttered, otherwise there won't be any city left to save. Luke was shivering. Hunter Black shrugged off his heavy coat and rested it over the gardener's shoulders. Cricket folded her arms tightly. So how exactly are we supposed to stop the noir curve when we can't walk 2 steps beyond the museum without getting caught in a time loop? We'll never make it to Big Ben. We'd get hit by a falling toad or struck by lightning. Anouk thought about this, then jerked her head toward the clouds. Snow. Cabbage, it isn't snowing, Bo pointed out. Not yet. Anouk felt the magic tingling in her palms. This time she didn't have to rely on anyone to cast magic for her. She needed a big storm, big enough to cover the whole city. She began to whisper. She spun her left hand in a circle and the clouds lowered and darkened. Flakes started to fall. You're summoning Jack, Cricket realized. Anouk muttered between whispers. Not just Jack, all the snow children. They can't stop the plagues, but they might be able to interrupt them. Buy us time before the city is torn apart. The snow fell like gods were sugaring the city. In the chaos below, the few pretties not caught in time loops raised umbrellas. Snow fell thick on Anouk's head and arms. It caught in Cricket's hair and in Bo's eyelashes. Hunter Black pulled up the collar of his shirt, hunkering low. Soon a light coating of snow dusted the glass dome of the museum roof. Anouk heard a cruel chuckle behind her and spun. Miss me so soon? Jack asked. He was clutching the spire at the top of the dome. Behind him, more faces appeared, all of them pale with black eyes and icicle hair. Dozens of snow children perched on the glass dome. A girl with jagged frosty curls, a cluster of boys with clothes made of ice. Even as a witch, Anouk felt uncertain. These were ancient creatures, older than goblins, older than royals. So old they weren't even in order of the Hote. Jack, she said, the noir cur is spreading too fast. I need you and the other snow children to freeze the city. Coat it all in ice temporarily. Cricket and I have a plan to transfer the Noir car to a new vessel, the Heart of Alexandrite. But the plagues are going to destroy the whole city and everyone in it before we can. Jack didn't seem concerned about the bedlam below or her anxiety. Cities rise and fall, it's the way of things. Why should we intervene? Her cheeks burned. She was desperate. You want a kiss? I'll give you one once all of this is over. Hunter Black growled his disapproval. Bo spun on her. Cabbage, are you crazy? Vigo in the doorway looked deeply troubled. You can't dust mop. Think of those dead girls in the forest you told us about. You want to join them? She ignored them. I'll do it, she told Jack. I promise I'll risk it. She held her chin high, but to her surprise Jack sadly shook his head. No, lovely. Her eyes widened. Why not? You've changed. You're no longer warm. You're burning. The blue flame inside you would burn me too. Anouk let out a cry. She'd become a witch to defeat the Coven of Oxford, only to find they'd ceased to exist, swallowed by something even more daunting. Now she couldn't even kiss a snow child. Then what do you want? A kiss, just not from you. His black eyes skimmed over Cricket, who gave him a scowl, to Bo, who straightened quickly, to Vigo, who leaned in the doorway and picked carelessly at his fingernails, to Hunter Black, who looked like a sullen shadow even without his coat, to Luke where they finally settled. Jack smiled. Luke tensed. He pulled the collar of Hunter Black's coat higher around his neck. The other snow children crept forward over the dome, soft and graceful as spiders, leaving no prints behind. Hunter Black moved defensively in front of Luke. He cracked his knuckles. Try it and you'll kiss my fist. He's right, Anouk said. It's me or nobody. Strangely, Luke hadn't said a word. She shot him a worried look. He looked awful. She crouched next to him and asked quietly, Luke, you okay? Yes, it's... His gaze flickered to her eyes briefly, then to Hunter Black's. Then he closed his mouth. Nothing. Jack took a silent step forward, and Anouk snapped her head around. No, he was poisoned. He's still recovering. A kiss from you would kill him immediately. Jack gave Luke a long look, and Anouk got the sense she was missing some understanding between them. It's all right, Luke said quietly. I'll do it. Hunter Black barked a quick no. Anouk dug her fingers into Luke's arm. Luke, you can't. You know what a kiss means. Beneath her fingers, her skin was burning up. Shouldn't her antidote have worked by now? It's okay, Dust Bunny. He clapped his hand over hers. Then he faced Jack. Freeze the city when all of this is over. I'll give you what you want. Anouk tried to protest again. Cricket pulled out her knives, hurling threats at Jack and the other cold bodies behind them. But the snow children only blinked their black eyes languidly. Jack pivoted toward Anouk. We can do as you ask, but only if we are present, which means as long as the snow falls. As soon as your snow spell ends, we vanish and your city returns to chaos. Do you intend to keep whispering forever? Anouk felt a moment of panic, but she wasn't some maid anymore, with minor tricks at her fingertips. She was a witch, the gargoyle. She swallowed a pinch of snow with downy soft owl feathers and whispered, Ombre ja. She took an exaggerated theatrical step forward. A copy of herself, nearly translucent, remained behind. A shadow self. She had never tried this spell before, and she marveled to see her own ghostly double hanging back. She stopped chanting the snow spell, but her shadow self continued. The snowfall continued too. That's amazing, Cricket said. How long will it last? Not long, I'm afraid. Shadow selves are unpredictable. A few hours, maybe. Right now it's the best I can do. We'll have to work fast. Jack turned to the other snow children and spoke a few words in a language she'd never heard. They gathered on the dome, clinging like frost. They needed no life essence to cast magic. It was easy for creatures made of snow to command ice and frost. The glass beneath their heads began to frost over. The doves that were perched at the edge of the museum froze in place as though they'd been encased in glass. Not a single movement of their eyes, not a flutter of their feathers. Anouk ran to the edge of the rooftop. The frost rapidly spread down the sides of the museum, stopping the leaves from fluttering, pausing birds in mid-flight and leaving them fixed in the sky, immobile. The frost spread to the next block where it froze the churning waves of the Thames, froze the pedestrians of the cars, froze billowing coats and scarves, even froze the flickering gas lamp flames outside of tourist pubs. There were no more screams, no honking cars, no twisting of metal. No deafening flutter of wings, only the patter of snow. Anouk pressed a hand to her chest to feel the rise and fall for her breath, reassure herself that she was still able to move. Bo stretched and folded his fingers. Cricket tapped her shoe to the rooftop to hear it echo. The whole city standing still. Bo breathed. Hunter Black pointed grimly to the horizon. Not all of it. The black smoke that clouded the base of Big Ben was still swirling. The clock hands still ticked, echoing in the quiet city, and the smoke vibrated in time with it. We cannot freeze what cannot be frozen, Jack explained. That tower is commanded by the Noir Cur, and the Noir Cur is an oblivion, an emptiness. There is nothing to freeze. The city now belongs to you and to it. He jerked his chin toward the tower. Then he flashed Luke a grin. And soon you will belong to us. We'll come to collect. Hunter Black darted between them in a flash, his fists raised. The wind blew stronger. The snow was so heavy it was hard to see more than a foot or two in any direction. Hunter Black twisted, hanging close to Luke in case the snow children tried to grab him. When the wind finally eased, Jack and the rest of the snow children were gone. Hunter Black spun in a tight circle, fist high, ready to fight a foe who'd vanished. Anouk threw her arms around Luke. You shouldn't have made that promise. The city was eerily quiet. She could hear Luke's heartbeat, Cricket's pacing footsteps, Bo's anxious hand stretching his leather gloves. Big O spitting over the roof edge onto the motionless pretties below, and then there was an odd crackle in the air. The hair on the back of her neck stood up, like it did when electricity was building before a lightning strike. But the clouds overhead weren't threatening a storm. The crackling sound thunked and whirred like machinery gearing up, and she peered at the air conditioning units on the museum roof. A half an inch of frost coated the fan blades. They were as frozen as the mummies that had just moments ago been pressing and moaning against the stairwell door. Suddenly the crackling noise came from behind her, and she twisted around. Little sparks erupted in the air around the skylight. The others heard it too. They all gathered close. Cricket drew her knives. Hunter Black felt his fists. With a blinding flash, a figure appeared on the skylight. Anouk slapped her hands over her eyes. When the spots cleared from her vision, she saw a girl dressed in an enviable black couture coat and champagne-colored sunglasses holding a box. Petra. The witch coolly slid the sunglasses up into her hair, squinting at the double moons with a distrustful glower. She dusted a few snowflakes off her coat. Then she caught sight of Anouk and grinned. She stepped off the skylight, shifted the box to one arm, and held out her palm, the ruby. Thanks, Petra said, folding her fingers back over the ruby, for the ticket to the city. We got your message from Saint. Congratulations on walking the coals, my fellow witchy. Something glittered in her eyes, a deep pride. She leaned close to kiss Anouk's cheek and whispered, Ash. Anouk raised an eyebrow. Ash? The Ash Witch, that's my moniker, born of fire, heart of coals. Cozy, but dangerous if you get too close. I told you that I'd tell you my moniker when you survived. Anouk grinned. It's perfect. Petra slid her sunglasses back down. She turned to the others. Renard sends his regards, along with something that I think will find exceptionally helpful. Who's in the mood for a present? She shook the mysterious box tantalizingly. Chapter 38. They used Anouk's enchanted doorway to pass directly from the roof to the basement, bypassing the museum's floors overrun by the dead. Even frozen, Petra said, mummies were creepy. Once they'd settled in amid the artifacts and half-finished dioramas, Petra devoured a few slices of pizza, then set Renard's box on the clock repair table and removed the lid with a flourish. Voila, she proclaimed. Our problems are solved. Well, one of our problems. Anouk held her breath. The last time Renard had given her a gift, it had been her wedding dress. She twisted the ring on her finger anxiously, cursing if this was some other trinket meant to tempt her or mock beau, but she frowned when she peered into the box. It contained two ancient brass doorknobs and a collection of rusty hinges carefully tucked into silk handkerchiefs. Anouk picked up a screw. Renard sent hardware? Not just any hardware. Petra reverently unwrapped a hinge. Their object. Anouk's eyes widened. One of the long nights studying in the cottage library with Marta, Anouk could come across a reference to object. Now she considered the hinge in her palm with more awe. What are object? Beau seized a doorknob and poked around at the latch to see how it all fit together. Petra gasped and knocked the doorknob out of his hand. Careful, imbecile! She sighed toward the ceiling. Objects are permanently enchanted objects. They're rare and fabulously valuable. Each one is worth more than 10 of your lives, Beau. She shooed him away from the box as she nestled the doorknob back into the silk and explained, most objects, like doors or brooms or motorcycles, can be enchanted, but only for a few minutes. Enchantments have a short half-life. But over the ages, a few casters have figured out how to imbue certain items with deeper magic. Judging by the style, this set of door hardware comes from the Prussian Empire. Used correctly, the knobs can open doorways to anywhere in the world, bypassing border spells and other protection enchantments. Once we got your message, Anouk, Renard consulted with Duke Carolinge, and they went poking around in the cellars of Castle Ides and came back with this. They made me promise on the fate of my omelette not to lose any of the pieces. She shot Beau another warning look. Anouk peered closer at the hinge in her palm. Not that she knew it was object. It felt almost alive in her hand. How does the spell work? Well, for starters, we need to get to Omen House. Omen House. Anouk had heard of it, of course. In each of the most magical cities in the world, there existed a facsimile of the exact same building, a stately 8-story edifice of stone and brick. In Paris, it was called Castle Ides, and the Parisian royals claimed the honor of inhabiting the penthouse. In London, the building was called Omen House, and the Court of Isles had their offices on the fourth floor. Not long ago, Anouk had peeked into a fourth-floor boardroom when the elevator accidentally stopped there. She'd met the irresistible Tenpenny, with his broken heart tattoo and his pet rat. Thinking of him brought on a stab of sadness. Tenpenny had fought so hard to regain the goblins' hold on London. He should have been with them, plotting to take back his city, but he hadn't made it. Neither had the rat. Omen House is near Piccadilly Circus, Anouk said, still feeling mournful. She set the hinge back of the box. I saw it from the fourth floor of Castle Ides. Beyond the windows there were double-decker buses circling the square. Petra closed up the box of hardware. Then we're taking a walk. Luke had been leaning heavily on the corner of one of the sarcophagi. Now he stood, but the effort seemed to cost him. He leaned back and pressed a hand to his heart. Anouk felt his forehead. Maybe you should stay here. He waved away her hand and stood up straight again, this time more steadily. I can make it. But Anouk knew him better than that. There was a knot of fear in his face. He wasn't telling her everything. Was this about his deal with Jack? The impending kiss? Her thoughts began to spiral someplace dark, and before Luke could see the worry on her face, she turned to the box of hardware. What if she lost Luke like she lost Tenpenny? She'd known the goblin for only a few days, but had found so much to admire in his quirks and mettle, so losing him left her feeling unfinished like a dish in need of salt and pepper. How would it feel if she lost Luke, who had been with her almost every day of her life? Petra poked around through the odd assortment of tools in the clock repair table and found a screwdriver and a wrench. We might need these for the spell, and who knows what else we'll encounter out there in the city. They made their way up the basement stairs. Cricket pushed aside the crates they'd used to barricade the door, eased it open, and head cocked, listened for any activity. After a second, she gave the others a nod. It's quiet, but stay on the alert just the same. They entered the museum cautiously. The dim security lights were still on, but coated in thick slabs of ice that gave the room strange shadows. They made their way down a hallway with bathrooms, and then turned the corner onto the main section of the museum. Bo, in front, saw a figure and jumped. Arg! Instinctively, he threw a punch. Anouk and the others rushed to his side. There was a mummy there, its hollow mouth open in a silent roar, but it was frozen, as everything else. And now there was a fresh dent in his skull where Bo had hit it. Bo made a face. "You, I think I touched brains." He wiped his hand on his pants. There were more mummies behind the one that had startled Bo. One had been frozen as it crawled across the carpet. Another one had been frozen while scratching stumpy fingers against a display case. The third one had been frozen while tangled in a velvet rope. Petra raised an eyebrow in a silent question. "About these mummies, long story," Anouk told her. As they made their way through the museum, Anouk filled Petra in on everything that had happened since they'd arrived in London. St. John's confession, the visit to Stonehenge, her vision of the Noir and calling upon the Snow Children to freeze the entire city. They made it to the museum's entry hall, which was perfectly still. The banner proclaiming the upcoming exhibit was frozen mid-flutter. A moth was suspended one moment. I'll be right back. As they made their way to the museum, Anouk filled Petra in on everything that had happened since they'd arrived in London. St. John's confession, the visit to Stonehenge, her vision of the Noir Cur, and calling upon the Snow Children to freeze the entire city. They made it to the museum's entry hall, which was perfectly still. The banner proclaiming the upcoming exhibit was frozen mid-flutter. A moth was suspended over the ticket booth, its wings coated with ice. Anouk and the others were silent, as though a single word might break the spell. Luke, wheezing, leaned heavily on the ticket booth. His eyes were unfocused, but when Anouk gave him a worried look, he wiped the sweat off his brow and stood straighter. "Ready?" Cricket said, hand on the front door. "Wait," Vigo said, fumbling in his pockets. "Let me get my camera." He dug his phone out while Cricket gave him an impatient look. "It's not every day I'm part of saving the world." Cricket mumbled under her breath and shoved open the door. One by one, they stepped across the threshold into London. Other than the light snowfall commanded by Anouk's shadow self from its position on the roof, the whole city was encased in an unsettling silence. A teenage pretty girl was frozen as she ducked to avoid a brick another pretty had hurled at her. Pigeons were frozen mid-flight above the corpse of a toad. A car had driven halfway into a time-slip and was half gone. The driver and half the passenger in the back had vanished. The other half of the passenger was frozen. Overhead, perfectly still clouds hung in front of the twin moons. Other than the falling snow, there wasn't a hint of movement. "Follow me," Vigo said. "We should go along the river. It's a little out of the way, but we'll get a close view of Big Ben. Better to see what we're up against." "Lead the way," Anouk said. As they headed down Bell Street, Petra explained what had been happening back in Paris. Ever since the Beasties had left, Renard's had his hands full with other royals. The Baron Court and the Minaret Court deeply resented that the knocked pacts bound them. Renard, along with Queen Violante and Prince Alexei, had gotten them in line, although any agreements between them were shaky at best. Anouk found herself dangerously curious about Renard's safety. What if the other royals turned on him? "All the royals are on standby," Petra explained as she stepped on a smooth toad in the middle of the road and grimaced. "As soon as we open a doorway for them, they're prepared to enter London and fight the Oxford witches." "Yeah," Bo said, swerving to avoid the toad. "Except there aren't any Oxford witches to fight." What?" Once Anouk had explained the situation to her, Petra gave a heavy sigh and said, "How do we fight something that has no physical presence?" Anouk glanced in the direction of Big Ben, though it wasn't yet visible over the rooftops. "Leave that to me." Petra raised an eyebrow but didn't question her. They continued to make their way through the silent city, past the Opera House and the Strand Junction. The snow was light, melting almost as soon as it landed. Hunter Black seemed particularly troubled by the silent city, his dark eyes darting to every shadow, checking every pretty they passed for signs of breath. Bo offered to help. He shook his head. They reached the walkway and followed the Thames River, the water frozen in motionless waves, and then passed Victoria Bridge. Vigo stopped at a police officer, pilfered the woman's pistol, and tucked it into his own waistband. Cricket shot him a look. "Are you that stupid? It's not like she's using it." "You can't use it either. Guns have moving parts. It'll be frozen like everything else." She sighed and handed over one of her sheathed knives. "Take this." He slid it into his back pocket with an easy grace, looking as though that was what he had been planning all along. How some pretty boys got away with such unearned self-assuredness Anouk would never know. They passed another bridge, and Anouk stopped in the middle of the street. Ahead, through a gap in two Parliament buildings, she could make out the tower of Big Ben, with the two moons hidden now behind clouds. The illuminated clock face glowed bigger and brighter than anything else on the skyline. The pair of elegant clock hands kept moving, unaffected by the Snow Children's spell. Smoke clumped thickly around the tower, as though the entire structure were encased within a thunderstorm, with tendrils of smoke reaching out into the street, settling lower over the river, and extending toward the Parliament buildings and a nearby department store. Pickwick's and Rue's, that had banners out front announcing its recent grand opening. Once the snow fell into a smoke, it disappeared. Petra slid up her sunglasses. That's the Noir Cur? Anouk nodded. The pit of her stomach turned colder just looking at it. The dark, ancient magic that had conjured that smoke wasn't so different from the dark thing inside her. Bo rested a hand on her shoulder. We should keep moving. They plunged back into the thick of the city, away from the river, passing government buildings until they reached Piccadilly Circus, an enormous open square. It was normally a boisterous tangle of tourists, vendors, honking cars, and pigeons going after crumbs, just as busy as night as it was during the day. Even now, lights were on in all the shops and restaurants, car headlights blazed, and pretties congregated in the square, but nothing so much as quivered, all of it encased in ice. Anouk knew Oman House immediately. It was identical to Castle Ides, down to the brick. The same exterior gate and sign for a private club, written in English here, naturally. The same porte-cochere in front of that Beau had pulled out of a tourist town car up to countless times in Paris. Even the same marble busts on the front lawn, though instead of Prince Renard these portrayed a young couple Anouk recognized from portraits as the missing Prince Maxim and Lady Imogen. Cricket unlocked a gate with a touch of mint leaves to her lips and a whisper. Vigo rested his hand on the front door. Here goes nothing. They stepped into the foyer. On the outside, Oman House was identical to Castle Ides, but inside, instead of glittering crystal chandeliers and a glass wall divider, Oman House's entryway looked like it belonged to a much-loved but musty old hotel. There was a small check-in desk in front of mailboxes filled with dangling keys, a threadbare rug, and a few mismatched tables and chairs next to a bar. No marble ladies, Cricket observed, eyes darting to the corners, fingers brushing the hilts of her blades. Unless they're hiding. That's not how Oman House works. Vigo walked behind the reception desk like he owned the place. He dinged the bell a few times, and Anouk cringed as it echoed loud enough to wake the dead, but nothing happened. 8 boxes and 8 keys, he explained. You sign your name in that fat old ledger there, and then you can take a key. The keys operate the elevator. You can only access the floor you have the key for. He signed his name in the visitor's log, and the key to the penthouse suddenly seemed to take on a life of its own, sparkling as though begging to be picked up. He plucked it off the nail, went to the elevator, and jammed his thumb on the button. Nothing happened. He frowned and pushed the button again and again, at least 20 more times, but still nothing happened. Stop before you break it, Luke said. It's frozen, just like everything else. Nothing mechanical works. So how are we supposed to get to the penthouse? Beau asked. We aren't. Petra set the jangling box of hardware on the reception counter. She turned to Anouk, lowered her sunglasses briefly, gave her a knowing look, and pressed her a brass doorknob. Leave this to the witches, friends. Step back. Way back. Farther. Vigo, you might as well go outside. Vigo didn't look amused, but he did step behind the bar and eye the closest bottles. The spell to open the door between the penthouse in Paris and the foyer in London was relatively straightforward, though it did require preparations. Petra explained that they needed 2 doors, one in each city, and for that they needed 2 witches working at the same time. Under Petra's orders, Luke and Hunter Black cleared the artwork off the wall until it was nothing but plain wallpaper and a few empty nails. Petra ran her hand over the wallpaper, nodding, measuring the width of her hand, and then directed Beau to use a piece of chalk to draw in the approximate shape of double doors to her measurements. Finally, Cricket climbed on a chair and hammered in the hinges and other hardware on the edges of Beau's drawing. Now, Petra took one of the doorknobs and handed Anouk the other. Ready? Jamais. Never. But let's do it anyway. Monovator had rarely worked with other witches, and maybe that was a mistake. It felt good to perform a kindred whisper with Petra, their words spoken at the exact same speed, their movements simultaneous as they pressed the knobs to the drawn-in doors. Beau's chalk outline started to glow. The hinges produced a long creaking sound. The knob began to warm in Anouk's hand and vibrate a little, as eager to be handled as the enchanted key that Vigo had collected behind the reception desk. Okay, Petra breathed. There was a thrill in her voice. Magic was as new to her as it was to Anouk. Whisper the opening spell, now! Petra whispered the final word of the spell in English, and Anouk whispered it in French, and they twisted the knobs at the exact same time and threw open the doors. A blast of sound and light erupted from either side. In a city that had been stopped in time, Anouk had gotten used to the perpetual silence, but now the sounds of music and footsteps and voices assailed her ears, and she staggered back, pressing a hand to her chest. A figure came hurtling through the doorway, fast as a blur. It crashed into Anouk and toppled them both to the threadbare old rug. Anouk caught sight of bright yellow braids and garish makeup. Grinning, December flashed her golden teeth. Anouk, hello again! December was lying on top of Anouk, her knees digging into Anouk's stomach, still wearing her clunky vintage roller skates. The wheels slowed to a stop and December frowned. Sorry, still getting the hang of these things. I accidentally enchanted them to my feet, and now I can't get them off. December pushed herself to her feet, wobbling precariously, hands extended for balance. She started wheeling backwards and nearly crashed into a chair before Hunter Black caught her. More figures crossed into the lobby through the enchanted doorway. Queen Violante and her sisters Carlotta and Ludovica, the Minaret Court Marquis and Marquesa, Prince Sorin of the Baron Court, Duke Carolinge with Saint perched on his shoulder, and behind him a motley group of goblins who were practically skipping as they returned to London. A goblin boy with brown skin and golden dreadlocks petted the paisley wallpaper fondly. You okay? You sneezed. That's Rascal. I don't know if you can hear him. Okay. Okay. Um, I accidentally enchanted the. Oh, okay, where was I? December pictures. I think I went past that. And behind them, a motley group of goblins who were practically skipping as they returned to London. A goblin boy with brown skin and golden dreadlocks patted the paisley wallpaper fondly. Two goblin girls in short skirts poured themselves gin from the bar. A third grabbed the bottle and cried in joy at the label written in English. The last royal to come through the doorway was dressed in a frost-grey suit, though he'd left his crown behind. He leaned over Anouk, who was still on her back on the ground, massaging her bruised rib cage. His hair was perfect, his eyes devastatingly blue-gray, his lips dusted with fine white powder that made her think of sugar and dark private dessert pantries. Her pulse throbbed to life. He offered her a hand up. His wedding ring gleamed. Anouk. Oof, Renard! She clasped his hand as he pulled her to her feet. He gave a half smile down at her ring. Then he raised an eyebrow. Do you know that you have roller skate grease on your socks? She looked down at the black marks streaking her clothes, then shrugged. Welcome to London. Chapter 39. Renard was Anouk's husband now. That was the wildest part. The thought made her laugh deliriously, which earned a disdainful look from the royals. She stopped laughing. Dirty socks feed. She was a princess now, and they were bound to her commands. Everyone out, she ordered. Into Piccadilly Circus. We have work to do. They obeyed, though not without a few lingering looks of contempt, and gathered in the streets that surrounded Piccadilly Circus. Hours had passed, but the moons hadn't moved an inch. Dawn would never come unless they vanquished the noir cur. The royals' arrogant looks wavered as they took in the frozen city. The snow children's spell was a level of magic beyond even their own. The goblins, however, were less perturbed. Twin goblin girls stuck their tongues out to catch the snowflakes. A goblin girl with rose tattoos down her arms ran up to a red telephone booth and hugged it. The rest viewed their city with stars in their eyes, even if it was plunged in the middle of a frozen chaos. Anouk said sotto voce to Renard, "I'm glad the goblins are home, but Prince Sorin and the Marquesa of the Minaret look ready to murder you. I imagine that's precisely what they're planning." "They can't, can they? Not while they're bound by the knocked pacts. Even afterward, it would take some cunning to get around the Vitae Echo and find a way to destroy me. Then again, they're resourceful, and they feel as though I've made fools of them, which makes them particularly dangerous. If you and I come out of this alive, we'll be facing a royal war. I take it they don't agree with you that power needs to change hands. Not unless more goes to their hands. So what do we do? Try not to die now, so that we can be so that we'll be alive to deal with them when the time comes." He was teasing, wasn't he? She frowned. He didn't laugh it off and tell her that he'd faced royal wars before and come out in one piece. Instead, he looked perplexed. "You've been busy." His gaze scoured the frozen streets and then her. "I've seen many girls turn to witches. They may look like the same girls who entered the coals, but they're different." She straightened, touching a lock of her hair. Don't I look different?" "In some ways," he paused, "but I think the flames liked what they found in you. They left part of your soul intact. I can see it. You once said that beasties don't have souls. Perhaps I misspoke. If such a thing as souls exist, then mine and everyone else's is made of salt, and yours is made of air. We are creatures of thought and sin. Your kind is tied to nature in a way we will never be." She didn't have an answer for that. It was possibly the kindest thing he'd ever said to her, maybe the kindest thing anyone had ever said to a beastie. He must have seen her eyes growing big because he ran a hand over his face, and when he was done he was back to wearing a cruel twist of a smile. "Hopefully being a witch won't rot you out over the centuries like it does the others." Just like that, any charitable feelings she'd had for him were gone. She sighed. Royals. But then she wondered if Petra's soul would rot like the other witches. Over the decades, as the Vitae Echo ate away at their insides, would Petra become as cruel as Matavitora and Matazola? The snow was growing lighter. Worried, Anouk glanced toward the roof of the museum. She could see her shadow self, but she could feel a shift in the air, as though the magic was fading. In a few minutes, her shadow self would vanish, the snow would stop, the city would erupt in chaos again. Anouk grabbed Bernard by the sleeve and pulled him toward the smoke that clung around Big Bane's base. "I need you to keep it snowing. Simple enough, but that requires full concentration. I'll be useless when it comes to anything else." She paused. That would be a problem. She needed him to convince the other royals to help them and to fight the Noir Cur. She glanced over her shoulder. "Duke Caroline!" She hadn't seen him since her wedding. "I need your help." He looked at her closely, then took off his glasses, wiped them, and gave a nod. "Mata Anouk, I am yours to command." The words took her breath away. Mata Anouk, the honorific of a real witch. She told him about the snow children and the spell, and he agreed to take up a position on the museum rooftop and maintain the snow spell. Anouk and Renard led the rest of the group back down Whitehall Street, past the British War Offices and 10 Downing Street, and toward the park that faced Big Ben. Just before they reached it, Beau backpedaled at the sight of a glistening motorcycle frozen in traffic. A pretty boy was sitting on the back of it, coated in ice. "I don't believe it," he breathed. "Is it a fast one?" Anouk guessed. He grinned. "Sure, it's fast, but it's a Genovar. There were only a few ever made. They're object, too, in a sense, made by pretties, but charmed by Muscovite royals who could do wonders with engines. How do you get hold of this, friend?" he said to the frozen boy riding it. He poked him, then dropped a hand to the handlebars, unable to resist. He cranked the bar and the motorcycle roared. "Ah, you see, not frozen. I guess the Hammer Court knows a thing or two that even the Snow Children don't." Anouk eyed the motorcycle closely and said almost to herself, "Luke said the smoke is drawn to sound. At the engagement party it clustered around anyone screaming, and even now it's clumping at Big Ben because that's where most of the sound is." "What does sound have to do with anything?" Beau asked. "Nothing, for now, but I might have an idea." The others were already far ahead. Anouk nudged Beau, and they joined the others at the base of Big Ben. The grass in the square was brown, and like everything else coated in frost that crunched beneath her feet. The smoke had spread out over a 5-block radius around the tower, hovering up to their ankles. Anouk could barely see her Oxford shoes. Several goblins climbed on top of the park's marble monuments, as though they thought the smoke might swallow them. "It's poisonous," Renard said, gesturing to the smoke with a grimace, doubtlessly remembering his brush with the smoke from Castle Ides. It was billowing out of the upper windows of Big Ben, pouring steadily down into the street. "The more of it we breathe, the more it's going to poison us. If we try to go in there, we'll die. We aren't going to in Ben. We aren't going in Big Ben." She turned on her heel to the building opposite the clock tower. It was the department store that had just had its grand opening, Pickwick and Ruse taking over a former government office building above the Westminster tube station. The banners out front boldly proclaimed it to be London's best new shopping destination, with a confectionery and a coffee shop and a gourmet market on the ground floor and upper levels packed with exclusive Chanel, Burberry, and Dior treasures. "We're going in there." "Shopping?" Cricket looked puzzled, but not altogether against the idea. "Not exactly." Renard raised an eyebrow, but didn't question her. With a few commands he ordered the royals to follow Anouk through the crystal-studded front doors. Inside, the store was frozen in brand-new perfection. Glass jars of sugar plums tied up in ribbons, gorgeous displays of boxed pears, earthy-smelling coffee bundled in beautiful packaging. Everything was untouched, sparkling new, since no amount of magic would make the elevators work. Anouk led them up a spiral staircase in the center of the store that rose all 5 stories and was connected by balconies to the many departments: menswear on the second floor, accessories on the third, home goods and lingerie on the fourth, and at the very top ladies' shoes. They wound past displays of heels and golden sneakers and studded boots until Anouk stopped at the building's most ambitious and architectural feature, a 1-story high domed window that looked out across the park directly at Big Ben. She pushed a pair of fireball Louboutin I never know how to pronounce that, heels off a display table, climbed on top and addressed the crowd. "I know many of you are here against your will," she announced, "but this is bigger than what any of us want. The ancient royals trapped the Noir Cur in time, and the Coven of Oxford awakened it in every clock within the city limits of London, but they couldn't control what they unleashed. So it's up to us to contain the Noir Cur once more. This is an effort that requires all of us. The 4 orders of the Haute working together." She gestured behind her at the clock. "I've seen what's inside that tower. It's an enemy like you've never faced, something that can't be manipulated, can't be stabbed, can't be charmed with spells." Prince Soren's expression was tight. "Can it be swept up with a broom, little maid?" Beau turned on the prince and gave him a smart clip on the jaw. Soren stumbled back into a display of ballet flats, clutching his chin. "There's nothing wrong with being a maid," Beau said. "He's right," Renard folded his arms. "Anyway, she's your princess now. The beasties are our allies. Disrespect them again, and I'll throw the next punch." The silenced royals, though the This silenced the royals, though Beau went broody, not liking Renard stealing his thunder. Anouk ignored their match and laid out the plan as concisely as she could. They would divide into teams, go through each of London's inner neighbourhoods, and use Cricket's new stealing spell to transfer every clock to a pile at the base of Big Ben. Grandfather clocks, church spire clocks, wristwatches, alarm clocks, ovens with digital clocks. Once all the clocks were gathered, they would join in a kindred spell to trap and contain the Noir Cur into the heart of Alexandrite. At the same time, to protect them from the worst of the poison smoke, Hunter Black would scale Big Ben and seal the windows. Meanwhile, Beau would ride the Jinabara motorcycle with one of the goblin's portable audio players strapped to the back, drawing the noxious smoke out of the city with music blaring. They didn't need to contain the smoke, just get rid of it. December's eyes grew wide at the idea of setting the world with rock music. "Consider the goblins in." Renard turned to Cricket. Under his breath, quietly enough that only Anouk and the others gathered closely could hear, he asked, "You truly penned such a stealing spell?" Cricket looked offended. "You don't think I can? It doesn't matter what I think if it's true." Cricket rolled her eyes, but he challenged her, and to prove it, she quietly whispered the spell to him while the rest of the group argued about which neighborhoods they'd take. Suddenly, the goblin with the golden dreadlocks cried out, "My watch!" Then the goblin girl with the rose tattoos did the same. Soon, all of the goblins were grabbing for their pocket watches in a panic, finding nothing at the end of their watch chains. "Calm down, I'm just proving a point." Cricket pointed to a display table near the stairs. Every one of the goblins' watches was stacked in a tidy pile amid the Chanel loafers. A few goblins cried out in relief, "See, the transference spell works." Renard's expression was unreadable, as though something about Cricket's performance had troubled him. "It's a clever spell, but there's a problem." Gosh. The spell requires the caster to know what is being stolen. An easy enough feat when it's limited to all the pocket watches in a single room, but we cannot possibly know where all the clocks in London are. The chatter in the crowd turned sharper. Dissenting voices began to grow louder. Sweat broke out on Anouk's temples. Those old fears came back to her. Failure. It sounded almost like a real whisper, and she twisted around sharply and stared at the bright round clock face across the street. The two clock hands kept inching forward, and with each tick she felt her muscles tensing. Suddenly she was back in the cottage, feeling Frederica's wild eyes on her, inescapable, reliving the awful final moments of Esme and Marta and Frederica and Haida, how Lise had cried out when her sister burned. "We need a sister spell," she blurted out, surprising the others so much that they quieted. Unlike what she first assumed, a sister spell didn't involve a pair of related witches. It involved a pair of related spells. Sister spells weren't common. They required not only a team of magic handlers working together simultaneously, it was dangerous work that involved weaving together the spells word for word. Queen Violante stroked her chin. "A sight spell to pair with the stealing spell. A spell that would allow us to see every clock so that we could bind it with Cricket's spell." She waved over Prince Alexei to discuss the possibilities, then called in Petra for a device, then brought Luke over so he could tell them about available forms of life essences. While they were conferring, Renard moved to stand next to Anouk and said quietly, "What has Cricket told you about this spell of hers?" "What do you mean? It's just as she said, a stealing spell. I've seen her use it, here with the watches and in Castle Ides and at the British Museum." He peered at her intensely. What was she stealing? Anouk shrugged. "Meaningless things, old artifacts, pottery bowls, some artwork. Why? I assumed she was practicing her spell on anything at hand." Even as she said it, though, she knew how unlikely it sounded. Cricket wasn't the kind to steal worthless trifles when treasures abounded. "You don't see what I see," Renard warned. "She has a reason for creating that spell that she's not telling you. It goes beyond merely stealing for the joy of it. She used the words ut vol ferein ut do. That just moves that just means move from one place to another in a Celentian box." "Not exactly. Fair is used only in reference to people. Pa is used for objects." He paused and looked at her as though that meant something serious. At Anouk's blank expression he explained, "It's people she wants to find and move. not objects. Anouk knit her brows together. She just doesn't know the Silentium box as well as you do. She hasn't spent centuries casting whispers. It's a simple mistake. What does it matter anyway? It worked on the goblins' watches, didn't it? I'm not concerned whether or not it worked. I'm concerned with why she chose the words she chose. You think she's open? You think she's up to something? You don't? She frowned. If she was being honest, then of course she did. Cricket was always up to something, but Cricket was also clever and smart and fair, and would never do anything to harm anyone who didn't deserve it. If Cricket kept a spell secret, it was for a good reason. She's my friend, Anouk said firmly. Before Renar could suggest anything more, the arguments among the royals rose in tenor. Queen Violante scoffed at Prince Alexei and asked, "And who is going to be willing to do that?" "If you want the sight spell," he told her, "that's what it will take." Anouk's ears perked up. "What will it take?" "Sight," Prince Alexei replied. "He means that literally," Violante explained. "The prince wants one of us to give up our vision. The Silentium box requires it as part of the elixir. Someone must voluntarily go blind. Any takers? Ah, you see, I thought not." Alexei said haltingly, "It would be only temporary. Once the spell is finished, we will return the vision to its owner." He paused. "Of course, no one's ever performed this spell before, so that's theoretical." Anouk felt sick. "If it isn't certain, then we can't ask anyone to." "I'll do it," a voice at her side said. Anouk closed her eyes. She wished she could turn back time. She opened her eyes and gave Bo a hard look. "Bo, you can't. It's my offer to make." She let out a groan. "There's no guarantee they'll be able to return your sight to you. There's no guarantee we won't all be swallowed up by the noir cur," he said. "Life doesn't come with guarantees, Cabbage. What choice do we have anyway?" He went over the logic of his plan. "Everyone who can cast a half-decent whisper is needed to gather the clocks and join in the kindred spell. That includes you and Petra. We need Cricket to steal the heart of Alexandrite. We need Luke to mix enough elixir for hundreds of magic handlers. We need Luke to mix... Oh, sorry. We need Hunter Black to scale the tower. What magic can I do? That one blasted sleeping spell? That isn't going to get us out of a bind this time." His face darkened. "It has to be me." She shook her head. "We need someone who can ride that Genevara motorcycle around the city to draw out the smoke." "Yeah," he said plainly. "You, Cabbage." She blinked, shocked. "I can't drive." "Well, not yet." She pressed her lips together. Outside, across the park, the storm clouds were surrounding Big Ben were rumbling. She went to the window. The smoke below was now 3 feet high, swallowing sidewalks and shrubs, bumping up against the revolving door. She crossed the shoe department to the balcony that looked down over the 5-story atrium. As she feared, black ribbons of smoke were seeping through the revolving door into the store. She felt Bo's presence at her side. He wordlessly looked over the balcony, and Cricket did too, both of their faces tight with apprehension. "Okay," Anouk said haltingly. "I don't like it, for the record." "Cricket, stay here. Teach the others how to cast your stealing spell." Cricket looked at Anouk and Bo. Where are you going to be?" Anouk let out a long breath. "I'll be outside breaking my neck by a Genevar." Come here. You can come here. You can come here. A sweet cat. You can always go there if you want. Okay. My sweet boy. Do you want to come here? Do you? My sweet boy. Okay. Chapter 40. The Genevara motorcycle stood where they'd left it, on a side street between the British Museum and Piccadilly Circus. The boy straddling it wore a chrome helmet and a navy blue pea coat, with a scarf frozen mid-billow behind him. Ribbons of black smoke had spread even this far and now swirled in and out of the motorcycle wheels and around Anouk and Beau's feet. She kicked at the street curb anxiously. "We'll have to get him off there." Beau attempted to gently pry the pretty's fingers off the handlebars. Anouk kicked once more at the smoke. They were running out of time. She gave the pretty a good solid shove. He tumbled off the seat and crashed on the sidewalk, where he was nearly swallowed by the smoke. His hands and legs were still posed for driving, like a doll whose limbs only moved when repositioned. "Anouk! Well, we need this ride, and we don't need him." She threw a leg over the motorcycle, hoping she looked like she knew what she was doing. "Show me how this works." Beau knelt by the pretty and patted the poor boy's shoulder, then unfastened his helmet and handed it to Anouk. "Wear this. I've never heard of witches dying in traffic accidents, but stranger things have happened." She buckled the helmet under her chin as he climbed on behind her. His body was solid. Settling against him felt like leaning into her favorite chair. "First take the handlebars." She gripped them with sweating palms. She tried not to focus on the smoke rising up to their knees. Not so tight, easy, like you'd hold a plum, light enough not to bruise it, hard enough for a solid grip. She closed her eyes. She could almost taste the plum he was talking about. It made her think of summertime in the townhouse kitchen. Fruit tarts and jams, sweet as the first time they'd kissed. "Beau, I don't like this," she confessed, opening her eyes. "You'll get used to it. No, I don't mean the motorcycle. I mean this plan. You handing over your vision for the sake of a spell we aren't even sure will work. You could be blind forever." He was quiet for a moment. The smoke at their feet was so thick she couldn't see her shoes. Anouk couldn't help but feel something tug inside her, the dark thing that she tried to hide from her whole life. Even as the gargoyle, she wasn't free of it. If beasties had souls, as Renard had said, then what was hers? Was it air? Was it wings? Or was it the same substance as the rising smoke? Bill pressed his lips to her ear. "I don't need vision. I told you when we crossed the tunnel. My heart would know you anywhere." She felt tears in her eyes. She turned her head toward him. "Beau, Beau." Words couldn't express what was in her heart. She tilted her mouth to fit against his. He leaned forward. He cupped her face with his hand, his palm rough against her cheek. She leaned into him, her back pressed into his chest. One of his hands curled around her middle and held her there against him, like he was afraid she might float away. She twisted around another inch to deepen the kiss. "Anouk," he breathed, "be careful. The darkness, it calls to you. I see it." She pressed her forehead against his. At the sound of their voices, the smoke rose in tendrils around their knees. His thumb traced over the apple of her cheek. "I'd give anything to be out there with you, protecting you, holding you back when it calls to you. But I can't be by your side this time." She swallowed. "I don't know what it is, Beau. Something in the noir curve pulling at me, like two magnets pulling together, like the fastener on Madame Victoria's ostrich clutch. Renard said something about our souls being tied to nature, and the noir cur is also nature, in a sense. Don't you feel it too?" He nodded. "I think I know what you're talking about. I don't remember being a dog in the cottage cellar, but in a strange way, I remember the feeling of being there, like it was in a dream. I have a sense of girls telling me their hopes, their fears. I think it was the other acolytes coming to visit me and give me treats. They needed someone to talk to. But out of all of us, you're the most deeply connected to magic. You're the one who attracts most. Just be careful. I don't plan for our story to end here." His lips found hers again, beneath her hand pressed to his chest. She could feel his steady heartbeat. She ran her hand down his arm and rested her head against the crook of his neck. He turned to kiss her temple. Then he took her hand, placed a kiss on her knuckles, guided both of her hands back around, and clamped them firmly into the motorcycle handles. She sighed. "We really have to do this? Make me proud, Cabbage." In a few brief moments, he taught her how to start the ignition, how to use the clutch and front and rear brakes, how to signal, how to lean in to curves. His love for engines was palpable. Driving had been his greatest pleasure working under Madame Vittora, and he was a good teacher. When the lesson was finished, they climbed off the motorcycle, smoke swirling up to their knees, and she took his hand. She opened his fingers and laid his rough palm against her cheek. "The blindness will only be temporary, Anouk," he said softly. "That's what they say, but they won't hesitate to lie if they thought it's what you needed to hear." He didn't answer right away. Ben kept ticking away, the only sound of the city. He flicked an errant piece of ash off her cheek. "My beautiful gargoyle, what happened to Cabbage?" "I was wrong. You're fierce and strong and terrifying and nothing to make soup with." She smiled and kissed him again. Anouk drove them back to Pickwick and Rue's on the Genevard motorcycle. A little wobbly at first, but by the time they pulled up to the revolving glass door, she'd more or less gotten the hang of it. Smoke had risen above their knees, and the entire park was obscured beneath it except for the tallest monuments. Upstairs in the department store, they discovered that everyone had been busy mastering Cricket's transference spell. They'd stacked high heels on one table and were whispering them to one another table on the other side of the department. Steadily, the shoes transferred locations pair by pair. Cricket set up the pair of fireball Louboutines and motioned for one of the goblins to practice again. "Welcome back," she said to Anouk. The goblins picked up the spell right away. It took the royals longer. "They've spent their lives mastering how to get other people to do their dirty work." She gave a long eye roll. "But they got it in the end." Anouk felt a figure looming behind her and turned to find handsome Prince Alexei. His eyes were fixed on Beau. "It's time, Master Chauffeur." Hunter Black and Cricket dragged an armchair up from the home goods department and placed it by the window, where even without his vision Beau would be able to hear the ticking of Big Ben and know if their attempt had been successful. Beau took a seat hesitantly, his fingers clutching the armrests. Prince Alexei placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Do you have a high tolerance for pain?" Beau's face paled a shade. "Just do it." With a touch of orange powder on his lips, Prince Alexei whispered the spell to capture Beau's vision. His words were uttered as solemnly as a prayer, and Anouk felt like she was back in the cottage's great hall, with its vaulted ceiling that had once been part of a church. Esme praying softly by the fireplace. Oh, Esme, it was hard to think of her gone. Marta and Haida and Frederica, too. Beau kept his eyes fixed on Anouk while Prince Alexei performed the spell. The other members of the host stood at a distance, watching silently. Halfway through the spell, she noticed something strange about Beau's gaze. His head was turned in her direction, but his eyes were fixed a little too far to her left. She took a step toward him, and he didn't track her movement. She felt a sharp tug in her stomach. "Beau?" He swallowed hard. His hands felt for the armrests, though he needed to reassure himself they were still there. "It's okay," he said, though he didn't seem like it was okay at all. Prince Alexei continued his whisper, and a gleam appeared at the corners of Beau's eyes, marbled with iridescent colors like a shimmering puddle of oil. Without breaking the whisper, Alexei waved over to Luke, who came with a pitcher, pilfered from Home Goods, and held it up to each of Beau's eyes, catching the rainbow-streaked tears until Prince Alexei stopped his spell. "That should be sufficient. Combine it with the other ingredients. 3 sips apiece. The first for an open heart, the second for an open mind, the third for open eyes. Everyone drink deep." Luke poured the elixir into 3 wine goblets they'd also found in the home goods department. The members of the host passed one among themselves. The goblins took another. Anouk went to stand next to Cricket by the window. "About your spell," Anouk said haltingly. She thought back to what Renard said about Cricket's wording referring to stealing people, not objects. She lowered her voice. "I thought you just wanted to be a better thief, but there's more to it, isn't there?" Cricket slid her a guarded look. "No." "Then why'd you steal those artifacts from Castle Ides?" Hesitancy flickered in Cricket's otherwise normally cool eyes. She pressed her lips together and then took Anouk's hand and pulled her into a private corner behind a rack of shoes. "Do you remember at Montelimar when Matazola showed us those portraits of the ancient Selkas? The original beasties?" Anouk tilted her head. Curious. "Of course." "Well, I know this sounds complètement fou, but when Countess Coin turned me into a cat at the chateau, I had something like a vision. It happened again when Petra turned us into animals to pass through the tunnel." "Visions?" Anouk's eyebrows shot up. Cricket mistook the reason for her surprise and quickly rolled her eyes. "I know you're probably thinking that I drank too much of Vigo's absinthe, but it's true. It was more than a dream." "No, I believe you." Anouk's mind filled with hazy pieces of her own strange vision of the coven and the eyeless owl. She could almost kick herself. Why hadn't she guessed that the other beasties might have had visions too? "I dreamed of the Selkas," Cricket whispered, "that they hadn't all been killed off. I had a vision of the ocean and cliffs and women who could shift into seals. It felt so real, Anouk. And then in Castle Ides I found maps of coastlines and pictures of mermaids. It was the Selkas." That's what I was stealing. And in the British Museum? In the Greek wing I found a hammered tin bowl with pictures of women turning into steels. Don't you see? They're all clues that point to the existence of more of us. If I can figure out the maps and artifacts, I might be able to find the others. Her eyes danced. We might not be alone, Anouk. There might be other beasties that escaped the royal's purge, ones that can shift on their own. Haven't you ever wondered what our place in the world is? What it could be? Anouk's lips parted. So that had been Cricket's secret. Not revenge on their creators, though to be honest the royals deserved it. Anouk could see the desire sparking in Cricket's eyes. To not be the only ones, to know that there were more of them out there, unbound by the rules and requirements of the Hote. It was a lonely existence being a beastie. Why shouldn't they try to find others? I was going to tell you, Cricket added, and the others once I was sure, but there are still a lot of unanswered questions. Besides, we have more pressing matters. She turned to the window with a tight look on her face. All those pretties down there. I feel sorry for them. They don't know their fates are in the hands of a couple of misfits and dreamers. And Vigo, Cricket snorted. Oh, yeah. Throughout the shoe department, the last of the royals and goblins finished drinking from the goblets of elixir. Renard came over to the window and the final goblet and extended it to Cricket, who took her 3 sips with a grimace, then to Anouk, who drained the dregs. Renard motioned to the various factions. Alexei, Violante, December, and I divided the city by neighborhood. The Lunar Court is going to take Covent Garden and Soho. The Baron Court is taking Islington. The Court of Woods will cover Camden and Hampstead. The Crimson and the Minaret Courts are taking Wandsworth and Lambeth. I'll handle Westminster on my own. December's leading the Goblins to take take the East End. Petra's insisted on taking both Chelsea and Kensington, since you'll be otherwise occupied, Anouk. And I'm going to procure the heart of Alexandrite, Cricket said, cracking her knuckles. She threw Anouk a quick look and cleared her throat. It'll make the perfect vessel, very rare, extremely protected. The Noir Cur will be safe there. I'll get it and be back before Vigo says another stupid thing. Anouk gave her a knowing nod. The three of them turned to the window and looked out over the clock and rising smoke. Snow steadily drifted down. Anouk pressed her fingertips against the frosted glass. She wondered how Duke Carolinge was faring out in the cold, whispering a spell powerful enough to span an entire city. If his spell failed, even for a moment, they'd be thrust into chaos once more. Anouk went to the armchair and rested a hand on Beau's shoulder. He'd taken one of the goblin's handkerchiefs and tied it around his eyes as a blindfold. It's time for me to go, Beau. He gave her a hand to squeeze. This is our word, Anouk, he said. Fight for it. This is our world, Anouk, he said. Fight for it. Chapter 41. The entire company of the Hote left Pickwick and Ruse. London remained as still as some terrible painting, except for the rivers of the smoke. Moving through the streets, not a single blade of grass or lock of hair wavered. The snow children's frost encased the world, and as she gathered with the others in the park, as they prepared to split up into the different neighborhoods, Anouk got the topsy-turvy impression that the entire city was nothing more than displays at the British Museum, or perhaps a haunted house. Two teenage pretties cowered behind a phone booth. A dog paused mid-snarl at a man with blood soaked into his shirt. The glass of a bookstore's broken windows hung suspended in time, and the magic handlers were like the museum's midnight custodians, there to sweep up the mess and put things back in order before dawn. One by one the teams broke off from the group and departed, all heading in opposite directions, the goblins to the east, Petra to the south, the royal factions to the north and west, until only Anouk, Hunter Black, and Vigo remained in the square, standing by a fountain frozen in time. "Hunter Black, you're up!" Anouk's stomach did flip-flops as she scanned the full height of Big Ben. Smoke steadily poured out of its windows and plummeted to the streets. "Are you sure you're okay with this? It's a long way to the top." "I've scaled the Eiffel Tower blindfolded," he said. "This is nothing." She'd never get used to hearing such staggering arrogance from such a sullen boy. She decided that he'd make an excellent royal. While trying not to breathe in too much smoke, she gave him a sly grin and recited the same words he'd said to her. "All things considered, your survival would be preferable to your death." He turned to her with a surprisingly touched look. "Thank you, Anouk." He gave her an oddly formal nod and then crossed the park. She'd seen him scale walls before. There was a time Vigo had stayed out past curfew, and Hunter Black had to throw him over his shoulder, climb the townhouse exterior, and come in through Anouk's turret window. He'd moved like a shadow, even carrying Vigo's bulk. Now he was twice as stealthy. Without his coat, Luke had returned to the museum to check on Duke Carolinge, and he had it with him. Hunter Black looked shockingly lithe. Anouk and Vigo watched him ascend the limestone blocks at the tower's base as easily as if he were walking up a set of stairs. Anouk watched until he was almost at the top, then turned and shaded her eyes to peer into the dome window on the fifth floor of Pickwick's and Rue's. She could just make out the shape of Beau, sightlessly looking over them. "Vigo, you'll keep an eye on Beau, won't you? After a house full of goblins, he'll be a piece of cake." Deep rumblings came from the east, followed by matched sounds from the west. The smoke wavered slightly as something within the city shifted. Anouk climbed to the top of the park's fountain and stood on tiptoe. To the east, Covent Garden glowed with a faint blue light. To the west, Soho crackled with orange. "It's the different factions. Their spells are working. Look." Anouk clapped a hand on Vigo's shoulder and pointed to the base of Big Ben. Orange and blue sparks crackled amid the smoke. A grandfather clock suddenly appeared by the bushes at the base of the tower. With a colorful blue flash, a television set with a built-in clock appeared. The colored lights they were seeing in the distance were the teams performing the transference spells, sending the clocks here to Big Ben. A small alarm clock with silver bells, a wristwatch, a giant clock that looked like it belonged to a church, and lots of identical round clocks that must have been from a school. Vigo seemed riveted. "I'm impressed, I have to admit. I give us only a 50-50 chance of even surviving in the mummies." More clocks appeared, pouring in from different neighborhoods, all accompanied by matching colored flashes. The smoke was up to their waists now. Vigo coughed. "How much can we breathe before we're poisoned?" Anouk turned to the Genevard motorcycle parked outside Pickwick and Rue's. "I don't know, but it's time for me to take care of it." They tied an audio player to the back of the motorcycle with a Hermes scarves from Pickwick and Rue's and wired it to the motorcycle's working engine. She jabbed a finger on the play button. The clash erupted from the speakers. Around her the smoke swirled in high little eddies. that moved toward the sound. She braced herself before cranking the volume to 10. The rock music blasted out of the back of the speakers. She could feel the vibrations spreading up her legs, and the smoke must have felt it too, because the wisps curved sharply toward the motorcycle. Big, thick billows of it floated toward them, rising around Anouk and Vigo, moving up to their chests. She could barely even see the motorcycle. Vigo pressed his sleeve to his face through a scrap of fabric wouldn't protect anyone. Godspeed, Dust Mop. Thanks, Corkscrew. Corkscrew? If we're naming each other after the household items we used most. Vigo snorted. He saluted her before returning to the department store. Anouk took a seat in the motorcycle, already feeling wobbly. She flicked the ignition on and set the clutch as Bo had taught her, then twisted the accelerator. The motorcycle lurched forward so suddenly that she let out a shriek. Bo and his noble sacrifices, but as it roared ahead, she got it under control and aimed it in the direction of the river. Pellets of snow stung her face, the blaring music pounded behind her. In the silent city, the clash's beats reverberated against the tall buildings, booming back at her even louder. When she dared to glance behind her, the black smoke was following in billows. It moved the way she imagined a sandstorm would, rising and falling in ominous waves. She swallowed a lump in her throat. She could feel the smoke at her back, moving faster than her. She bit her lip and cranked the motorcycle to its full speed, but the low layer of smoke ahead obscured the streets, and she was sure that any second she was going to collide with a curb or a bicycle, and then be consumed by smoke entirely. Her heart thundered. She spotted Westminster Bridge and veered toward it sharply. The smoke rushed with her, rising in another awful wave, but as soon as she hit the bridge, the smoke fell on either side, plunging into the frozen riverbed below. Et voila! She cried out. She tore across the bridge, throwing glances at the river below. The smoke was gathering on the water, and as soon as she hit the other bank, it surged up a 20-foot wave behind her. Merde! She brought herself some time, but not much. She roared past Lambeth North Station and onto the A201. Here she could go faster, trusting that the street was wide enough that she was less likely to hit any objects hidden by the low-lying smoke. Down every side street she glimpsed fresh waves of smoke hurtling toward her. Drawn to the pounding beats of the clash, it rushed at her in 20 and 30-foot swells, spilling out into the wider highway. She cranked the engine. Sharp pellets of snow bit at her. Ahead she caught a glimpse of green lights crackling like lightning. She was nearing the Westminster neighborhood, so it had to be Renard performing the transference spell. She thought of the other teams spread throughout the city. The more noxious smoke that followed on her heels, the more likely it was that the others would succeed. That was little comfort as she hit a roundabout. Wasting precious time circling with smoke didn't have to obey traffic signals. It burst into the roundabout, clouding everything in sight. The full force of the wave slammed into Anouk, and she coughed violently. Her throat burned. All she could see was smoke. Her eyes stung. It was so thick that the street completely disappeared beneath her. Pain throbbed in her throat and eyes, and she thought of King Caspar crying black tears. She revved the engine as hard as she could, and burst out of the dense smoke and back onto the A201. She swerved sharply to avoid a city bus frozen in the middle of the road. Her hands were shaking. She was pretty sure she'd screamed a time or two, but she couldn't hear anything between the blasting clash and the pounding blood in her head. She just had to make it to Gravesend. 20 miles from the city center, Gravesend was a port where the Thames joined the start of the ocean. There, outside the city limits, it wouldn't be snowing. The world wouldn't be frozen. Everything would be untouched by witches and royals alike. If she could get the radio onto a boat, something viciously loud like a barge, the smoke would follow it toward the North Sea. where it would dissipate into the vast wide open air, diluted enough to be harmless. The Genevard tore through the South Fork, past a golf course plunged in shadows, past a sprawling grocery store with its lights lit, even though the people in the parking lot were frozen. Flashes of red light appeared in buildings on either side of the street. The Crimson Court was in Southwark. That was their magic, flashing block by block as they cleared out the clocks. She adjusted her rearview mirror and instantly regretted it. The smoke was now a tidal wave behind her, towering 50 feet and rushing fast as it gained more volume. Sweat broke out on her brow. She leaned into the curves on the highway. The motorcycle was already growing as fast as it could. She narrowed her eyes against the stinging snow. With a curse, she twisted the mirrors around so she couldn't see the dark wave behind her. A tiny flicker of hope hit her as she neared the city limits. Snow was barely falling here. The pretty world was beginning to move again, though sluggishly. Once she crossed onto the A2, the snow stopped completely, and shockingly, the world went from night to day in the blink of an eye. A bright sun hung in the sky. Cars were moving beside her at normal speeds, a station wagon carrying a large family, a couple kissing in the back seat of a taxi. Didn't they see the tidal wave of smoke behind her? None of these pretties knew about the plagues just across the city line in London, where it was eternal night. They didn't know that their fates rested in the hands of a witch on a motorcycle. She roared forward amid honking horns and swerving cars, and then there it was, Gravesend, the river. Ahead, a bridge spanned the port, and she searched the ships until she saw a barge about to depart. She skidded onto the bridge and slammed on the brakes on the very middle. The barge below was headed toward her. She pulled out a knife and freed the audio player, and then hurled it over the bridge as the barge passed underneath. It caught some of the machinery. The wave of smoke swerved to follow the music. She shrieked and covered her head as the smoke rolled toward her, but at the last moment it diverted sharply to the barge below, trailing the ever more distant sounds of the clash. She collapsed against the motorcycle, breathing hard. Cars honked and swerved around her. "You're welcome," she cried out, though no one could hear her above the traffic, "for saving all of your lives." She drew in a few deep breaths and wonderfully fresh air, and leaned back against the motorcycle, closed her eyes, tried to calm her heart, and then groaned and stood up. London awaited. There are 55 pages left in the book, so I'm thinking it might only take about maybe an hour left. I guess 1 or 2 hours. Trying to stretch my back a little bit. Chapter 42. She drove back to the city at less of a breakneck speed. As soon as she crossed the city limits, night descended again, as though someone had turned off the lights in a bright room. Likewise, the world came to a standstill. Frozen cars were coated in ice. Birds hung in mid-flight. Snow was falling. To her relief, Duke Carolinge must still have the energy to continue casting his spell, but she knew he wouldn't be able to last much longer. She crested a hill and saw flashes of colored light, purple in Belgravia, blue in Kensington. Her heart soared. The lights were at the edges of the neighborhoods. The teams were almost finished. She drove back toward Big Ben on streets that were almost entirely clear of smoke. A few wisps curled after her, but they were too small to be harmful. She neared a figure standing at the base of the tower. She cut the engine and smiled at Cricket. She tumbled off the motorcycle, her legs shaking badly, and let it crash to its side in the street. Bo would be horrified, but scratched paint was the least of her worries. "We've got rid of the smoke!" Cricket exclaimed. "And you didn't break your neck! Bravo!" Anouk grinned. "And you, the heart of Alexandrite?" "Mission accomplished." Cricket held up a paper bag from the museum gift shop. Then her expression turned secretive. "Are you sure about this? About the other plan you told me on the rooftop?" "As sure as anyone can be." A rustle came from the tower. Big Ben's lancet windows were now sealed. The smoke contained except for the few harmless wisps slipping out from the cracks. Hunter Black jumped into the mountain of clocks at the base, cursing as he made his unsteady way toward them. His hands were bleeding. There were traces of downy moth wings on his lips. Whatever had involved in sealing the tower's windows had taken magic and a risk of a physical impairment. But the assassin only wiped his hands on his dark pants. "You scaled the Eiffel Tower faster," Cricket teased. She got a scowl in return. Anouk rolled her eyes and pointed toward the east. "The Court of the Woods is almost finished with Islington, and from what I could see, Petra's cleared all of Chelsea. I think, incredibly, we might actually live." Her confidence wavered as she looked at the pyre of clocks and the few remaining wisps of smoke curling around her ankles. The ticking of clocks, powered by the Noir curve, was deafening. She wished she could see the rooftop of the British Museum. How much energy did Duke Carolinge have left? Could he keep it snowing much longer? "If I tell you something," Hunter Black's voice was uncertain, but he pushed forward, clenching his bleeding hands. "Do you promise to keep it secret?" Cricket and Anouk exchanged a surprised look. Hunter Black was known for his secret keeping, but it was usually them he was keeping secrets from. "Yes," Anouk said slowly. A muscle jumped in his jaw. "This sounds like something from one of Luke's stories, but I swear I'm not making it up." When I was at the top of the tower, looking into the smoke, I had a vision. He jerked his head as though he expected them to laugh, but nobody laughed. Anouk and Cricket exchanged another look, and Cricket said in a hollow voice, "It wasn't your first vision, was it? I bet you had one too when you were turned into a wolf." His eyes snapped to hers. "How did you know that?" "Anouk and I had visions too." His tense shoulders eased in visible relief. "The first one happened when Matazola turned me into a wolf. I didn't trust it then. Wasn't certain exactly what I saw." His hand anxiously toyed with the buttons on his shirt. "But up there in the tower I saw it again." Anouk breathed. "What did you see?" "Royals, a small contingent, in a forest, riding horses, not motorcycles, eating lamb roast over a bonfire, not sushi from Le Petit Japonais. Their lips were dusted with powder that glittered like crystals. They were led by a king and queen dressed in bear pelts. They had an army of enchanted pretties with them." "The ancient royals," Anouk whispered. "King Svater and Queen Midruath of the Snowfire Court, just like Jack told us about." Hunter Black nodded. "They ordered their pretty slaves to pack away their encampment, while a contingent, led by the king and queen, rode a mile away to a clearing where enormous stone rose from the ground and smoke covered the earth." "Stonehenge," Cricket said. He nodded. "They revered it. I don't think they or their ancestors built it. It seemed ancient even to them. They burned hemlock and whispered a kindred spell that drew smoke into the stones. They camped at the stones and celebrated with honey wine." He paused, uncertain whether to continue, then said, "At midnight, when the others were passed out, Queen Midruath stepped outside of the stones. She sang into the wind. I don't know if it was a spell or a ballad. I didn't understand the words, but they're burned into my brain. Baz Pirik Baz Mar, Baz Tiri, in Utudrava Adenum Sanav." A chill ran through Anu. Something scratched at her ankles like remaining wisps of smoke had grown fingernails. Hunter Black went moody and quiet. A block away, Petra rounded the corner and called to them. She jogged over, marveling at the pile of clocks. "Finished! Hey, I think that cuckoo clock over there was one of mine. You should have seen all the clocks that came out of the primary school on Dover Street. Almost no clocks on the government buildings, which is alarming, don't you think? Shouldn't pretty politicians care about time more than school children?" She turned back to them and frowned. "Hunter Black, are you feeling okay?" Anouk spun to him. He was still fidgeting with his buttons, but his moodiness had shifted. His face was now oddly slack. Cricket asked, "Hunter Black?" The assassin stood very straight, head tilted up at the illuminated clock face of Big Ben. A tiny curl of smoke, almost imperceptible, snaked out of his ear. Anouk took a quick step away from him. "Hunter Black!" Cricket caught sight of the curl of smoke. "Oh, Merd!" She pulled her knives. Another curl of smoke twisted from his nostrils, his lips parted. An inhuman growl came from his throat. Anouk's eyes dropped to the button at his shirt collar that he kept toying with. It was one of the three buttons that Petra had charmed in the Castle Ides billiard room when she'd made his new clothes. "Petra!" The glass you used to make Hunter Black's buttons. Where did you get it? It was a paperweight, she sputtered, on the floor. Someone must have knocked it over when we carried Renard in. Anouk thought back to the lump of glass, how it was raw cut and oddly shaped. At the time she hadn't thought twice about it, but now she realized how out of place a paperweight would be on the floor of an impeccably tidy billiard room. The sand, Anouk whispered. Then, Cricket, keep your distance from him. Anouk's throat tightened as she pulled Cricket back. Petra looked at the buttons blankly. Sand? What sand? I told you I made them out of glass. Glass is made out of sand, Petra. Haven't you ever read a book on geology? The Noir Cur was able to possess King Caspar and Mia through the sand from the broken hourglass. When the royals used magic against the possession, it must have melted some of the sand into glass, like lightning does in nature. We must have accidentally brought the glass to the billiard room with Renard, not realizing what it was at the time. Petra frowned. So that means the buttons I made. Oh. All eyes turned to Hunter Black. Hunter Black, look at me, Anouk said. Her voice trembled, but not because she was afraid of him. She was afraid for him. She was no maid any more, no pastry chef, useful only for making sweet treats. She was the gargoyle. Magic hummed in her palms. The Faustine jacket covered her skin like battle armor. Its golden threads had protected her before, and now its pockets held fowl feathers, her crooks. She didn't want to hurt him, but what if she gave her no choice? He squared himself and faced her. His eyes were threaded with smoke. Ribbons of it poured out of his mouth as he continued to make that awful growling. The sound slowly took form of the Silentian vox. Previso revet morfin. It was the same warnings and curses that King Caspar had whispered. Hunter Black, if you're still in there, give us a sign. Anouk's eyes darted from him to the pirate of clocks, the knives in Cricket's hands. Cricket wouldn't hesitate to strike whether Hunter Black was in possession of his own body or not. Spells scrolled through Anouk's mind. Containment spells, defensive spells, exorcism spells, but the royals had attempted all of those on King Caspar, and none had worked. Hunter Black's hand moved to draw his knife from the sheath strapped beneath his shirt. His movements were stilted. Anouk plunged her hand in her jacket, whispered open her obolette pockets, and pulled out a long white feather. Just as he rushed forward with the knife raised, she pushed the feather down her throat and swallowed. Ac ignis bleu, she whispered. The knife sparked in his hand, burning hot. He dropped it with a hiss. Anouk? Cricket? Petra? From across the park someone was calling to them. She dared a glance. It was December, hurtling forward on her enchanted roller skates. In the distance, the orange and purple lights had stopped flashing, though the blue and green ones continued. The royal and goblins hadn't finished yet. Anouk whipped her head back toward Hunter Black, bristling for an attack, but Hunter Black had fled. December skated up and crashed into Anouk. Her eyes went wide, and they explained what had happened. He could be headed anywhere in the city, Anouk said. Or he could be right there. December pointed in the direction of the Pickwick and Bruce. I feel like I might. I might need to just kind of stretch a little bit. Chapter 43. Anouk looked just in time to see Hunter Black disappear through the department store's revolving glass door. Petra aimed her hands toward him and whispered, Dorma sonora pressimo, but she wasn't fast enough to put him to sleep before the door stopped spinning. If there was any place where it would be nearly impossible to find someone, it was Pickwick and Bruce. Cricket in December grabbed Anouk around the waist and helped her to stand. Wouldn't the Noir Cur compel him to go to Big Ben? Cricket asked, or stop the teams who haven't finished collecting all the clocks? Petra adjusted her champagne sunglasses. There must be something in the store that the Noir Cur wants. Anouk felt her stomach plummet. Bo, December gasped, clasping her hands over her mouth. Wait, why would he go after Bo? Anouk raked her nails over her scalp as she put it together. Because there are still a few teams out in the city gathering clocks. They're using Bo's site to do it. If they didn't have the site, they wouldn't be able to finish. Hunter Black doesn't have to stop every one of the royals. He only has to kill Bo to stop them all. December gasped again. Cricket threw back her jacket to have a better access to her knives. What are we waiting for? Anouk, Cricket, and Petra ran toward the revolving door. December skated ahead of them and slammed into it first. They crammed into the same partition, a tangle of limbs, and pushed their way in. The door spat them out into the lobby with its beautiful spiral staircases and tables laden with delectable treasures. Anouk's stomach turned as the too sweet smells. A thick layer of frost covered the perfume cases. The escalators and elevators were frozen too. There, Cricket spotted movement on the stairs to the second floor. Hunter Black moved like a rippling shadow past racks of men's suits. Cricket cast a whisper to topple the racks and block his path, but Hunter Black dodged the first rack, leapt over the second, and disappeared deeper into the store. Merde! Cricket cursed. We have to divide up, Anouk said in a rush. Petra, you and I'll go after Hunter Black. I'll take the second and third floors. You take the fourth and fifth. Cricket, you look for Vigo. He doesn't know Hunter Black is possessed, and he's likely to do something stupid because he's Vigo. December, she stopped short, frowning down at the goblin skates. You can't go upstairs with those. December groaned. I know, these awful skates. It takes a special word to unlock them. I wrote it down and then lost it somewhere in the Piccadilly Circus. Anouk tried a few unlocking spells, but without the code word, they only sparked off the roller skates. We're losing time, Cricket warned. It's okay, December said. I'll stay on the ground floor and see if I can't catch him with a few spells from here. Anouk nodded. Try not to hurt him. He can't be blamed for his actions when he's possessed. Cricket looked ready to contradict that, but then sighed. Ugh, fine, you're right. He's family, a shunned cousin or something, but still family. She spun on her heel and disappeared into the department store. Petra went to the staircase and climbed the fourth floor. December clambered down to her hands and knees and looked under the closet display table for spiders to swallow as life essence. Anouk scanned the different balconies. Everything was as perfectly still here as it was outside. There was no sign of movement. All the mannequins and mirrors only tricked her eyes into seeing things that weren't there. She took the stairs to the rear of the second floor, the children's department. She pushed past prams and weaved between cribs and poked through piles of stuffed animals. The Hunter Black wasn't hiding in them. She climbed to the third floor, accessories, and made her way through the handbag department. The only other department store she'd ever been in was Galeries Lafayette back in Paris, and the saleswoman had escorted her the entire time. Now, alone, every shadow made her jump. She caught a flash of movement and spun, raising her hands in a protective gesture, but it was only her own reflection in a mirror. She let out a tight breath, turned, and jumped as her own face again peered at her. Mirrors were everywhere, tracking her sunken eyes and messy hair as she made her way among the handbags. Each purse reminded her of a version of Madame Vittoria's oubliette. Balenciaga wallets, Valentino clutches, Diane von Furstenberg purses. A heavy Gucci suitcase suddenly fell from the highest shelf, and she ducked as it crashed into a display of wallets. She caught a flash of movement that wasn't in a mirror. Charcoal hair and a black shirt. Hunter Black! He darted across the handbag department and took cover behind a stack of designer backpacks. Her heart raced. She swallowed a pinch of feather and ran after him, but when she reached the backpacks, he vanished. She raced to the end of the shelves and turned the corner just in time to see him disappearing around a display of ties. She ran past a row of disembodied wooden torsos wearing silk ties to an enormous display of hats. Hats with feathers, hats with faux flowers, hats with lace and ribbons, hats that looked like they'd swallow a person whole. It was unsettling seeing all these bodiless mannequin heads. Without warning, one of the racks behind her started swaying. She collapsed to her knees and rolled out of the way. A second before it could have crushed her. Shaking, she pushed herself back to her feet. Another flash of movement came from the new arrivals section. Hunter Black. He was moving strangely, his steps lurching. Even after drowning a full glass of gin, he'd always been sharp. But now something else was moving his body, and Anouk had to hope the small lad could give her an edge. Hunter Black spun around the clutter it made. She took advantage of the distraction. Lancey! She threw out a blast of energy from her palms. 2 shelves of designer jeans fell on him. He roared as the metal shelving unit smashed against his skull. Pant legs tangled around him. He struggled to extract himself from the mess. Anouk stepped closer with a spell on her lips to summon wind. Zephyr Traga! He was clutching his head, but he managed to throw a purse at her before she got the final words out. Its long strap hooked onto her wrist like a lasso, and with a sharp tug, he pulled her over. Before she could scramble back up, he was on top of her. His eyes were threaded with black. Smoke curled from his nostrils. Blood from the cuts on his hands dripped onto her cheek. He pulled back and aimed a punch at her head. She blocked it with a shield spell, and his hands glided off into the air. But he was an assassin trained by Madame. He'd killed royals, goblins, and even other witches. If there was one thing he knew how to fight against, it was magic. He curled his hand in the back of her hair, a blade glimmering in his other palm. Or was it something palm? He was going to slice her throat. She'd seen him do it before. It was a highly effective move. If it didn't kill a witch outright, it at least kept her from whispering spells. Pulse racing, she cast out Cricket's stealing spell, but used the word referring to objects. Ut vos pas rein ut. The spell summoned a crystal-studded clutch she'd seen in the handbag department. It materialized in her hand, and she threw it in front of his face. The purse hit it with a shower of sparks, breaking off the blade from the hilt. He gave a hollow grunt as he dived for the broken blade. Anouk pitched forward, pushing herself up onto all fours. Her hair was wild in her face. She shoved it back. She turned to Hunter Black, swallowed a pinch of feathers, and whispered the stealing spell on him using the word that referred to people. Ut vol ferain uto. Hunter Black vanished. He was simply there one moment and gone the next, disappearing with only the slightest flicker of surprise on his face. Even using the wording variation that Bernard had described, it wasn't as easy to transfer a person as it was a purse. The farthest she could cast him was one floor down, but it was far enough. Anouk rolled back and lay on the floor, breathing hard. Phew! Had it worked? She listened for Hunter Black's heavy footsteps racing back toward her, but there was nothing. She was alone amid the mess of handbags. She took a second to wipe his blood from her cheek. She checked her stash of owl feathers and other life essences, dwindling. But if she rationed it, it should last. Someone screamed on the ground floor, followed by a curse, then another scream. She groaned. Just once couldn't she savor a victory? She shoved herself up and ran through the accessories department to the balcony. "Cricket!" she yelled, leaning over the rail. "Here!" It had come from the baked goods section of the ground floor. Anouk scanned the tables full of treats until she saw a scuffle by the front doors. She had expected Cricket to be fighting Hunter Black, but to her shock, Cricket was hand-to-hand combat with someone else, a goblin in roller skates. Chapter 44. Five chapters left. December? Anouk could scarcely believe her eyes. December was hurling herself at Cricket, casting vicious cutting spells that sliced at Cricket's arms. In return, Cricket threw out a spell to make the goblin's wheel stop. December slammed to the floor abruptly, then immediately pushed herself up to her knees and started crawling toward Cricket. She moved herself up to her knees and started. Oh, yeah. She moved so fast, so stiffly. Cricket leapt onto a table to get away, not wanting to hurt someone who until seconds ago had been an ally. Cricket called up to Anouk. You said a button possessed Hunter Black, right? A glass button? That's right. He came charging through here a moment ago. I thought he was going to try to kill me, but he just thrust a button in December's pocket. She turned into this demon on wheels. December was snarling out tricks in the Slintian box to burn Cricket. I could use a little help. Anouk clutched the railing. Her mind went between the ground floor and the top one. Hunter Black had to have known that she'd rushed to Cricket's aid, giving him a clear shot to the fifth floor to kill Bo. Did she help Cricket, or did she save Bo? She closed her eyes briefly. Petra, she called. In another moment the ash witch appeared on the fourth floor and leaned over the railing. What? Make it fast. I'm right on Hunter Black's tail. Forget him. Anouk pointed to the ground floor. Help Cricket. Petra peered down and let out a groan. She swallowed a pinch of her lavender ash, and faster than Anouk could track, leapt over the railing. Petra, wait, no! Anouk squeezed her eyes shut. Petra was 4 stories up. No pretty could jump that distance and survive. But Petra wasn't a pretty anymore. Hesitantly, Anouk opened one eye. Petra plunged 4 stories down and landed primly on a table full of chocolate truffles. The truffles were ruined, but Petra was in one piece. She stood up, dusted chocolate off her boots, and stretched her neck. Did you fly? Anouk shook her head. After everything she'd seen, sometimes the hope could still surprise her. More like graceful falling. Petra leapt off the truffle table and swallowed more ash. Anouk looked back up to the 5th floor. Bo, she whispered. She raced through the accessories department until she reached the stairs. Her breath became ragged as she climbed from the 3rd floor to the 4th, then started up the 5th. A few steps from the top, a dark shape came hurtling through the air in her direction. Saint, what was the falcon doing here? His eyes were piercingly black. He was aiming straight for her. She barely had time to wonder why the falcon wasn't with Duke Caroline before it slammed into her. Saint, stop! She shielded her face from his talons. His wings pummeled the air. He let out a sharp cry as he aimed for her eyes. She stumbled back until her hip hit the railing. She couldn't retreat any farther. Saint, no! She tried to reach into her pocket for another owl feather, but the falcon's talons sliced at her wrist. Had Duke Carolinge commanded Saint to attack her? Why? Something was rattling around in the falcon's bell. Something bigger than a brass bell. She caught a glimpse of something glass. Oh no, Hunter Black must have slipped the third of his glass buttons into the bird's bell, possessing him just like he had with December. If she couldn't reach her obolette pockets, she couldn't swallow life essence and stop him. His talons kept tearing at her wrists. She pushed away, shielding herself, but the bird came at her harder. He was going to slice her apart. She had to think. On an impulse, she stopped pushing the bird away. Maybe it was crazy, but she grabbed a fistful of his feathers and pulled him closer. She hugged the bird so hard against her chest that she pinned his wings and talons. For a second, she was safe. She could think. Her mind raced. Struggling to hold the bird tightly, she leaned over the railing. Below, Cricket and Petra were on opposite sides of December, casting out whispers. Petra was subject to the Vitae echo, but Cricket wasn't, so theoretically she could kill the goblin. But it was clear that, like with Hunter Black, they didn't want to hurt someone who wasn't in possession of her own body. Footsteps sounded across the atrium and one floor up. The ground suddenly rumbled like an enormous truck had driven by. Shards of frost broke off the ceiling and rained down. Anouk's head whipped around. Hunter Black wasn't the most skilled with magic, but somehow he'd managed to cast a spell to separate the top of the staircase from the upper floor. A 10-foot wide chasm now blocked her access to the top level. If she moved her hands even an inch to get her crooks, Saint would get free and claw out her eyes, but without life essence, how could she span the chasm to stop Hunter Black? A nauseating idea came to her. Tenpenny had bitten off his own pet rat's head and drunk the blood to save them from the marble ladies. She couldn't bring herself to bite anything's head off, even to save Beau, but maybe she could handle something slightly less grisly. I'm sorry, Saint. She forced herself to grab the bird by the throat. Bonaventure had been fond of baked crow cassolet, so it wasn't the first time Anouk had slaughtered a bird, but it never got easier. She gritted her teeth and twisted the bird's. It ripped something in her heart, too, but she forced herself to ignore her feelings. Saint, dead, fell heavily to the stairs. Wisps of feathers floated in the air, wrenched out from when she. The stairs were slick with her blood dripping from where his talons had sliced her. The worst part was she wasn't done. The Vitae echo kept magic in check because handlers couldn't take an entire life. That much life essence would double back and kill the handler too. But Anouk wasn't subject to the Vitae echo. She grimaced as she crouched on the stairs, working fast. She pulled a knife and a bottle from her obolette pockets and made quick work of draining Saint's blood. In a few seconds she'd gagged down half the bird's still warm blood. She could feel it spreading through her body, giving her power. She had an idea for how to get around Hunter Black's chasm. Petra hadn't exactly flown, but then again, wasn't gravity just another fairy tale? Volart kill. She climbed over the stair railing and, sucking in a breath, jumped. She didn't think. Fear shot through her heart, but she didn't fall. She hovered 4 stories up. She was floating toward the 5th story like a leaf caught in an updraft. Her feet kicked at air. She felt that awful, terrifying moment of having nothing beneath her, and she knew that she should be plunging down 4 stories, but she wasn't. She reached out her hands like a trapeze artist and grabbed hold of the 5th floor balcony. Aha! The rail was solid beneath her palms. She was so shocked that it worked that she nearly let go, but the spell was fading and gravity was quickly rushing back. She scrambled to climb up and over the railing into the shoe department. It was a wreck. Shoes were scattered all over the floor, tables were overturned, and shoe boxes were stacked into makeshift barricades. At the end of the department, by the domed window, Beau sat immobile in an armchair. Beau! When she called his name, he turned his head in her direction. She was flushed with relief. He's okay, but he was also alone, exposed. Vico, you promised to watch out for him, she muttered. Without warning, Vico leapt out from behind a barricade of a shoebox, his pistol in hand. His face twisted in surprise when he saw her. Anouk! She stopped, pressing a hand to her heart. Vico! He lowered the gun. I thought you were Hunter Black. Cricket warned me he was on the loose. She dropped her hand, scowling. So you set up Beau as bait? It was his idea. Cabbage? Beau perked up, his sightless eyes searching. She climbed over the mountains of shoeboxes and knelt at his side. She pressed her hand to his cheek. Beau, I'm here. Is it true about Hunter Black? We'll get him. We'll exercise the noir curve before it destroys him. Beau's head tilted in the direction of the window, as though they were asking a silent question. She glanced at the glowing face of Big Ben beyond the glass. No more colored lights flashed on the horizon. The entire contingent of the royals were gathered at the base of the pyre of the clocks. Prince Alexei, Queen Violante, all of the lesser royals were there, and all the goblins except for December. They were waiting for her to banish the noir cur into the heart of Alexandrite. But first she had to get past Hunter Black. She knew he was there even before she heard him. His footsteps were heavy on the marble floors. In a room full of shoes, only his made any sound. Anouk, his voice wasn't his own. Like when the noir cur had possessed King Caspar, it was that awful rumble. There was something familiar about the way he said her name, as though the force inside Hunter Black recognized her. The noir cur wasn't sentient, but that didn't mean it wasn't drawn to its own kind. The noir cur to the dark thing. Nature to nature, dark to dark. 4 chapters left. Chapter 45. Bo gripped the edges of the chair. His sightless eyes darted toward Hunter Black's voice. His fingers curled. He was going to do something stupid, she knew it, something brave. Be the damsel in distress for once in your life, she whispered to him. Let me save you. Cabbage, no, but without sight he couldn't stop her, and they both knew it. She turned to Hunter Black. She could hear Cricket and Petra fighting December on the ground floor. Beyond the windows, snow was falling. Clouds were low and dark on the horizon, as though the world itself were angry. Smoke poured out of Hunter Black's mouth as he whispered phrases in a language even more ancient than the Silentium box. Before she could think, he rushed at her. Soktet! She threw up her hands in a sweeping gesture. The spell pulled the rug from under him, and he was flung backwards, though at the last moment he torqued his body and landed in a crouch. He sprang up and threw a high kick at her ear. She dodged it and pivoted out of his range, sucking in a quick breath while she could. Vigo, hiding behind the checkout counter, popped up long enough to hurl a shoe at him. It bounced off the assassin's back harmlessly, but it did cause him to turn with a growl, giving Anouk a rare opening. Sessa Cole. Her spell enchanted Hunter Black's boots and made them stick to the floor. As soon as he tried to take a step, he lost his balance and toppled over into a mountain of shoeboxes. Couture's shoes tumbled all over the floor. He kicked out of his boots and stood barefoot. He came toward her with a growl, but tripped on a Bergdorf heel, giving Anouk time to cast another spell. Versixa, but she cut off her own spell before speaking the final word. A bleeding spell could kill him. The same with a cutting spell, a burning spell, a transmutation spell. She didn't want to kill Hunter Black. Her mind scrolled through other options, something to merely incapacitate. He took advantage of her moment of hesitation. He spun into a roundhouse turn that brought him close enough to grab her calf. She cried out and jerked back, but his grip was like a vice. He gave a sharp tug, and she fell over. He dragged her closer, and she screamed and crawled at the floor. He reached for her throat with bleeding hands. From behind the cash register, Vigo threw a pair of sneakers at him, then a boot. Then shoes only bounced off his shoulders and tumbled to the floor. Anouk swallowed. What choice did she have but to use a fatal spell? She opened her mouth. Hunter Black drew back a fist, and before she could get out another whisper, slammed it into the side of Anouk's head. She crashed backward against the floor. Pain radiated through her skull. She clutched her jaw, which felt terrifyingly loose. She coughed and tried to whisper the spell. A murder. It didn't work. She edged back, still clutching her jaw. It was broken. With the fractured bones, she couldn't speak in the right tone. For a moment, panic filled her. She'd taken a risky journey to the cottage. She'd agreed to a dangerous marriage. She'd faced turning back into an animal. She'd faced almost certain death in the coal baths. She'd even sacrificed Saint, and now with one punch, Hunter Black had taken everything from her. He loomed over her so fast that she barely had time to think. His eyes were devastatingly blank. She knew in that moment there was no pleading with a force that couldn't be reasoned with. The Noir Cur was going to use her friends to kill her. She spared a last look at Beau. He was out of the chair and on all fours, trying to feel his way across the floor to help her, but Vigo crawled out from behind the counter and grabbed him, holding him back. Finally, Vigo was good for something. Anouk, Beau cried. She wanted to answer, tell him she loved him, tell him that if life was a fairy tale, he was her heart's greatest desire, but only unintelligible words came from her broken jaw. Just as Hunter Black raised another fist, someone else started whispering, Amur Ver, Amur X, Amur 9. Or Nime. Anouk whipped her head toward the sound. Petra, the witch, raced across the marble floor with a whisper on her lips. The same spell Anouk had tried and failed to cast. With her shock of their red hair and black coats shimmering with live embers, she looked every bit the vicious and formidable ash witch. Hard to believe that it was the same girl they found on the side of the road taking out the recycling of ripped jeans. The sheer force of Petra's spell shoved Hunter Black backward, threw him 20 feet across the floor, and pinned him against the balcony railing. Petra held both hands out, palms directed at Hunter Black, continuing to whisper to hold him there. Anouk! Cricket was behind Petra, using ropes made of clothing to cross the detached staircase. Renard was with her. He held a scrap of fabric that looked like December's pocket. He must have helped them break the goblin's possession. Renard took one look at the scene and strode to Petra's side to take over the difficult spell. As soon as he had Hunter Black trapped against the railing, Petra fell back, gasping for air. Cricket fell to her knees by Anouk. Are you okay? Anouk pushed herself up, still holding her jaw. December? She choked out. Cricket nodded. She's okay. Renard finished clearing Westminster and came looking for you. We got the button out of December's pocket. Lucky for us, there was time to slip in gelato department. Renard unfroze it, and we threw in the button before it could possess us. December is groggy, but she's coming back to herself. What happened to your jaw? Anouk gestured to Hunter Black. Renard had him pinned against the balcony railing so hard that black tears were streaking down his cheeks. Vigo finally let Bo go, but Bo crawled across the marble floor in the direction of their voices. Anouk clambered toward him. She grabbed hold of his shirt and pulled him into a hug. Cabbage, he whispered. His arms were holding her as though he never wanted to let her go. Gargoyle princess. His hands ran along her back and her arms, as though he were reassuring himself she was still in one piece. But when he reached for her jaw, she pulled back sharply. His eyebrows came together. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Cricket explained about Anouk's jaw. "Well, tell Renard to heal it," Bo cried. "He's your husband. He has to be good for something." But every ounce of Renard's magic was aimed at keeping Hunter Black pinned to the balcony's railing. When Bo heard Renard's whispers, he cursed. "Petra! Get Petra! She can do it!" Anouk and Cricket turned toward Petra, who was slumped in the leather armchair as they dragged down for Bo, still trying to catch her breath. "Can you heal her?" Cricket asked. Petra leaned forward, nodding amid heavy breaths. "Yes, if we can get more lavender ash, but at the moment we have bigger problems." She pointed to the domed window. Beyond the glass was the familiar city skyline. Anouk's head was doing strange wobbly things from pain and exhaustion, and she let out something like delirious laugh when she realized what Petra meant. "What is it?" Bo cried. For a moment none of them could bear to answer. Cricket finally said in a dark tone, "It stopped snowing. Duke Carolinge must have gotten up, or he's dead." Anouk sank back on her heels. She closed her eyes. Her heart was beating too fast, pumping blood so hard that she was afraid she might pass out. Awful images filled her head. The Duke's dead. On the museum roof, the mummies stirring back to life, the entire city thawing, storms of toads, time loops out of control, Pretty screaming. When she opened her eyes and looked more closely out the window, she started shaking. Just like in her worst fears, the city was thawing. In fits and jerks, the world restarted. Tires began to spin. Cars honked endlessly. Sidewalks rumbled and split apart. People caught in the rift plunged to their demise. Giant waves swelled up from the Thames, swallowing Pretty's whole. Anouk pressed her palm against her mouth. "Ah, impossible." Big Ben stood tall, the clock hand still moving. The only thing that wasn't caught up in the chaos around it, the royals and goblins below desperately hurled spells at the encroaching time slips, but their magic only vanished into the chaos. "The city's going to fall apart." Cricket spun away from the windows. Pacing. Space and time are literally fracturing. "We'll be lucky to have 5 minutes left before it all ends." "Anouk, you have to get down there. Prince Alexei can heal your jaw. You'll have to stop the noir curve." Anouk felt like a kettle left too long on the stove, burning and boiling and then ruined and empty. Wincing through the pain, she muttered, "If we trap the noir cur, it'll kill Hunter Black." "Not if he isn't possessed anymore," Vigo said quietly. She'd almost forgotten about Vigo. During the whole fight with Hunter Black and Saint in December, he'd been a distraction at best, an encumbrance at worst, managing only to throw a few shoes as he cowered behind the cash register. But there was an odd look on his face now. His eyes shone like he was drunk. But for once he hadn't had a sip. His eyes shifted to Hunter Black, still pinned to the railing by Prince Bernard's steady whisper. He took a few quick steps toward the balcony. No one realized what he was thinking until it was too late. He ripped the last glass button off of Hunter Black's shirt. An awful hiss emerged from somewhere deep in Hunter Black's throat. Smoke poured out of his mouth. His body began to convulse. His eyes began to clear. Vigo palmed the button. "Renard, unfreeze another time slip." But Renard was whispering with all his focus. Petra cried out, "There aren't any up here, you idiot. Only the one downstairs, and you'll never make it in time." Vigo went pale. His hand curled around the button. Quietly, as though reciting something for a dream, he said, "Where you go, I go, my friend. Where I go, you can't follow, not this time." In a quick movement, he swallowed it. All the smoke started pouring into him instead, into his eyes, his ears, his throat. Cricket's mouth fell open. The spell froze on Renard's lips. Anouk took a halting step forward. "Vigo, don't!" It was too late. Hunter Black, free of possession, blinked, dazed and disoriented. He cleared his throat. His eyes narrowed, confused. "Vigo?" Cricket rested a hand on his shoulder. His face had gone completely white. "I'm sorry. It's horrid, but this is the only way." Hunter Black couldn't stop Vigo in time. None of them could. A second before the possession fully consumed Vigo, when he was still himself enough to think straight, he tipped himself over the balcony railing and plunged 5 stories down. Chapter 46. Other than Hunter Black, Cricket was closest to the balcony. She rushed to the railing and leaned over to grab Vigo, but for once she wasn't fast enough. Her fingers closed over air. Anouk clamped a palm over her mouth. Her other hand was still extended in warning. Her fingers started to tremble. "Vigo!" The words came out garbled through her broken jaw. She took a halting step toward the railing. Cricket spun around with a face like stone. She jumped in front of Anouk, blocking her from getting any closer. "Don't!" Cricket ordered sharply. "Don't look." Her voice broke on the final word. For all death that Cricket had seen, it had never been one of their own, and Vigo, the fool, was their fool. Anouk's mind was hazy and muffled. Vigo, he... Cricket clamped her arms around Anouk. Her arms were protective, but they were shaking a little too. He saved our skin, Cricket hissed fiercely. That's what he's done. He saved Hunter Black and he's given us what we need to save this entire city. Cricket pulled back. Her eyes were damp, but she didn't cry. She swiped a hand under her nose, then gave Anouk a sharp shove. Go, Anouk. Time's almost up. Anouk stumbled toward the broken staircase. Hunter Black was standing between her and the detached stairs. He looked as stunned as she felt. He too was staring at the balcony with wide eyes. Renard touched Anouk's shoulder, making her jump. We have to go. She stepped forward jerkily. Hunter Black didn't flinch as she passed him. She wanted to comfort him, but what could she do? What could she say? Hunter Black, her jaw ached with the effort to speak. Go. It was a sharp bark, and he turned away before tears spilled out of his eyes. Anouk's heart ached. She couldn't seem to get her feet to move until Petra came up behind her, and she shepherded her toward the broken staircase. The ground began to rumble. Shoes were tumbling off displays to the ground. The chandelier overhead danced wildly. It took her a second to realize the quakes were coming from the city being ripped apart outside. If they didn't hurry, there would be no London anymore. Wincing at the pain, she managed to order, No, stay here. I'm not going anywhere, Princess. Anouk, Petra, Prince Renard, and Cricket ran toward the detached stairs. With a whisper, Renard commanded the stairs to rejoin the fifth floor. As they clambered down the newly intact staircase, flight after flight until they reached the ground floor with its tables bursting with flowers and chocolates, December, who'd been recovering on a bench, pushed herself to her feet, wobbling a little in her skates. Her eyes were still glassy, but no longer streaked with black. December said quietly, I saw Vigo fall. I'll take care of the body. Go. Anouk gave her a grateful nod. They ran across the marble floor and pushed through the revolving door until it spat them out in the city. Anouk stifled a moan. It was even worse than it looked from above. The ground was slick with fallen toads. The moor rained down, smacking against the pavement with sickening thuds. The time slips were moving unpredictably, catching parts of the pretties, sing a foot or an elbow or an half head into another time. Foam and vomit and blood bubbled up from the mouths of those who still had them. The rest of the pretties screamed and ran to take cover in doorways. As the ground shook, pieces of stone and brick broke off and hurtled down, crushing anyone below. Great fissures opened in the street, pouring out smoke that no amount of rock music could ever defeat. Any second the city would fracture completely and be swallowed by the chaos, and then it would spread beyond London to other cities and other countries throughout the world, to realms that pretties didn't even know existed, cities falling one by one, white to red, white to red. Anouk, Renard, where the have you been? Queen Violante's face was uncharacteristically splotched with red. This city is barely holding itself together. Prince Alexei caught sight of how Anouk was cradling her jaw, and with a few whispers reset the bones so that she could speak. The royals and goblins formed an uneven circle around the base of Big Ben, struggling to dodge falling debris and yawning cracks in the streets. Their kindred whisper was spoken as loudly as they could, but even so it was barely audible amid the chaos. Flashes of purple and red and orange crackled with the fire as they isolated and held the noir cur. The ticking clocks began to explode, flinging out glass and metal. Renard grabbed Anouk's hand. They clasped hands with the circle of royals and joined the chant. Their voices came together in a mesmerizing and strange harmony. Omni terra das royal oscura, omni figuras das vicin etan abscontia. Voc, voc et commandet summa suspiras, usa ec vigi cungred, ut element terric. Omni terra das royal oscura, omni figuras das vicin etan abscontia. Voc, voc et commandet summa suspiras. Des tempo de novej arca, recede, ut element terric. Omna terra das royal oscura, omni figuras das vicin etam abscontia. Voc, voc et commandet summa suspiras. The flashes of color intensified. Anouk felt the sensation of wind rushing past her face. Though the air was perfectly still, the colored flashes began to draw on the remaining few wisps of smoke. It swirled into a miniature tornado of ticking clocks. Do you have the heart of Alexandrite? Prince Alexei yelled above the roar. Cricket took it out of her pocket. It was the size of a macaron, glittering at its heart-shaped cut, flashing purple and green and pink depending on the angle. She passed the jewel to Anouk. We must finish the entrapment spell, Violante yelled. Any moment, this will all break apart. Every clock within the city is here. We've done as much as we can. Renard faced Anouk. Lead us in the final verse. The city rumbled again. The quake grew until entire buildings cracked and shattered, raining debris down into the street, and a tsunami rose up from the Thames and began hurtling toward them. She drew in a deep breath. A maid who would become a princess who would become a witch, a beast who had promised the world that she was better than the dark purposes she'd been created for. She closed her eyes. All around her, the plagues were tearing the city apart, trampled in their loops. Breeze howled and screeched. The air was filled with the sounds of crashing cars and tearing metal. The clocks in the pyre chimed wildly. This was the moment. This was why she had gone to the Black Forest, why she'd picked herself up after failure, why she'd risked everything to try again and this time to succeed. She was the gargoyle, part beast and part girl, part wings and talons, part monster and part savior, and all of her destined to be a legend. She opened her eyes and looked at Cricket, who silently nodded. Anouk stood within the circle of the royals, clutching the jewel in both hands. She drew in a deep breath, closed her eyes again. She stilled her mind and whispered, Omni terra das royal oscura, omni vigoris das vicin et abscontia, voc voc et commendet sumas aspiders, capic tu foris, culpic tu inter. The royals echoed her whisper. She opened her eyes. For a second she saw the city on the brink of annihilation, a swirl of death and destruction swathed with smoke, 2 moons overhead flickering in and out of reality, and the tornado of clocks and smoke spinning faster and faster. Then the storm burst apart. Blinding lights flashed across the sky. Anouk cried out, shading her eyes. Royals and goblins around her did the same. The ground beneath their feet rumbled again, but not like the devastating quakes from seconds before. This felt more like sliding plates straightening and realigning. When Anouk blinked at the city, it looked as though she were seeing the whole world through the glass of a kaleidoscope, fractured pieces of color and light filling the air around them, like the northern lights. She felt the heart of Alexandrite in her hands burning. The dancing light sparkled and crackled around the gem. She held it out, chanting low under her breath, felt the energy shift from the jewel to her voice. She smelled the skin burning, but she didn't let it go. The light was so bright that she could no longer see London, only blisteringly vivid yellows and reds and greens. She kept chanting. The light blinded her, reached into her, painted the words with wild energy that shot straight to her throat and bumped around inside her like a pinball machine all the way to her toes, her head, her fingers, until every word she spoke was a live coal too. Almost as soon as it started, it stopped. Anouk felt sun on her face. Daylight poured over every inch of the city, chasing away shadows, warming the last of the frost and ice. It shone on the heads of the royals and goblins, who were all blinking at the sun in its days. Buildings that had fallen were standing again. The chasms that had opened in the street were closed. There were no slick bodies of toads smeared on the pavement. The waters of the Thames flowed and calmly as always. Pretties went about their business, though nothing had happened. Though some seemed a bit puzzled to find that it was in the middle of the day, as though they had thought they might have had too much to drink the night before and lost track of time. A taxi slammed on its brakes and blared its horn. Anouk stared at it until she realized she was standing in the middle of a busy street with the world's most priceless gemstone outstretched in her hands. Cricket had held over the paperback of the museum gift shop and cleared her throat. It's done, Cricket said quietly. Anouk gave her a long, steady look. It's done. Anouk dropped the heart of Alexandrite into the bag, and Cricket wrapped it up and shoved it into her pocket. That's it, tout le monde, she announced. Time to get this sparkly thing back to its jail cell. It doesn't matter if every creature in the Hope knows that this is where we've placed the Noir Cur. We have every trick and whisper aimed at protecting it. I wish them luck. The taxi honked again. Anouk gave the driver what she hoped passed for a smile, and still in a daze moved onto the sidewalk. The taxi driver yelled something out of the window and sped past. A pretty in a suit and tie, chatting into his phone, stopped abruptly in front of the three sisters in the Crimson Court. He stopped talking slowly, lifted his sunglasses. Renard, Queen Violante said, staring in contempt at the pretty. They are noticing us. Several pretties had stopped in the street and were eyeing the crowd of finely dressed royals and witches and goblins, perhaps wondering if some strange and glittering new circus had come to town. Renard rolled his eyes and cast his hand over the surrounding area. Non avis nos. The pretties who'd been eyeing them turned instead to fix their gazes on pigeons, and if any of them still noticed the magic handlers, they walked by with a huff, though fighting to pass a slow tour group. Anouk turned to Big Ben. The tower stood as it always had, limestone and iron. She trapped the force within it, but not destroyed the tower itself. The giant pyre of clocks at the base ticked away steadily. A group of pretties dodged around a falling grandfather clock, as though, thanks to Renard's whisper, nothing were amiss in the existence of a small mountain of tens of thousands of clocks. Well, Violante beat the remnants of soot from her silk gown. I don't know about the rest of you, but I need a drink. She lifted the hem of her dress and stomped off on teetering heels, which looked suspiciously like the fireball Louboutins. I can never say that word, from Pickwick and Ruse toward the pub on the corner. Prince Alexi's shadow loomed over Anouk. The handsome prince nodded solemnly at her before he and the other members of the lunar court followed Violante to the pub. Anouk rolled her eyes. For all their bravado, she had the feeling they had rarely been tested like that in all their centuries of life. Every bottle of wine would be drained tonight in the penthouse of Castle Hyde, she imagined. Would they toast her, their princess, their savior, their beastie? Probably not. The goblins were dancing in the streets. London was their home city, expelled by the witches. They were finally back. December came rose getting up to Anouk. She grabbed her arm to wheel herself to a stop. Anouk, I'm so sorry about trying to kill you by mistake. Come on, we're throwing a party and the whole city is our club. Anouk studied the wobbly goblin. Send me some champagne, okay? I'll join you when I can. There are a few things I have to do first. December skated away to join a group of goblin revelers. Anouk turned to Pickwick and Ruse and looked out the window, hoping to see a figure standing there, tall and handsome with a sandy mop of hair. Looking down at her with eyes that could once more see, her smile disappeared. No one stood at the window. There, Cricket pointed to the revolving door. It was turning, and in the next partition Hunter Black appeared with Bo by his side. He was holding Bo by the upper arm, guiding him out. When Bo felt the sunlight on his face, he tilted his chin up. Anouk ran up to them breathlessly. Bo turned at the sound of her footsteps, but his eyes didn't track her face. She threw her arms around him. Bo, oh, Bo! I should have known better than to trust their promises. She spun toward Bernard. Why can't he see? His vision should have returned. Bernard held out his hands. The ways of magic are mysterious. We played with forces using methods we've never used before. No one knew exactly what would happen. She scowled at him, but then Bo pulled her close. A small price to pay, he said, for a lifetime together in a world that is no longer broken. She pressed her cheek against his. We'll get your vision back. Someone will have the answer. I'll find it. I know you will, princess. He pressed a kiss to her temple. Now get me some place where we can eat and drink and sleep and kiss and kiss and kiss. She smiled and pressed her lips to his. When she broke away, she caught sight of Hunter Black standing a few paces off and turned so that his charcoal hair obscured his face. Hunter Black. He turned his head slowly as though wounded. Anouk rested a hand on his shoulder. I'm so sorry, Hunter Black. He did it to save you. He swiped at his eyes with the back of his hand. He shouldn't have. Madavatora made me his protector, not the other way around. We aren't bound to anything Madavatora made us for. Not anymore. And neither was Vigo. Since she died, he's been free to make his own choices, too. You saved his life countless times. It was his choice to save yours. Hunter Black turned away to hide the dampness pooling in his dark eyes. Cricket uncertainly offered him an Hermes scarf she'd stolen from Pickwick and Ruse. He grumbled at the floral pattern, but then he took it. The chimes of Big Ben told. Anouk's heart had lurched until she realized the clock was simply tolling the hour, and once more she was taken by how normal the city was, how delightful it was to see regular pretties going about their regular little lives. Tourists bent over guidebooks, police chasing after a stray dog, and a boy and a girl walking hand in hand, and coming down the sidewalk was Luke. He was limping slightly, a fever sheen in his eyes, straining just to walk. He should have been fully healed by now, but he looked 10 times worse than he had when he'd gone to the museum to check on Duke Carolinge. When he caught sight of Anouk, he saw that she was safe, his pained expression eased. She stared at his weakened state. Look, look. He shook his head like it didn't matter. Clammy sweat was slick on his temples. Duke Carolinge is gone. The snow spell exhausted him. He couldn't continue. As soon as he stopped whispering, the mummies unfroze and found him on the roof before he had strength to start casting again. It wasn't pretty. Her stomach felt suddenly hollow. I was afraid that was the case. It had taken her a long time to trust a man, a royal, whose job it was to watch so many pretty girls die. In the end, he'd finally faced his own coals. Luke faltered. He leaned against a building, wheezing. Anouk frowned. Renard, I need a favor. She eyed the bright midday sun. I need you to make it snow one last time. Okay, there are about 10 pages left, so I'll come right back. It's chapter 47. Okay. Yes, sweet boy. Okay, so both windows are open. Mm. Chapter 47. Once more the day turned to dark. Prince Renard stood on Westminster Bridge, casting a whisper and circling his left hand, pulling in clouds over the London skyline. Pretties foamed up at the sky and opened their umbrellas against fresh snow. The fact that the snowstorm spanned only the length of the bridge and that the sun was still shining on both banks didn't seem to vex them. Anouk stepped onto the bridge. "Will you join me, Luke?" He limped onto the bridge in halting steps, one hand pressed to his heart. Snow collected on his head and shoulders. He took her hand and asked softly, "What are you doing, Dust Bunny?" "Saving you." She squeezed his hand in hers. If Luke had taught her to believe in anything, it was the power of hope. But she'd also learned that wishes weren't enough. True magic didn't happen by accident. It took blood and bone and bargains and ancient creatures that looked like little boys. An icy gust of wind blustered at her back, announcing his presence. "Hello, lovely." She turned toward Jack. He was perched on the bridge railing beneath a street lamp, its lantern casting a halo over his head. "Hello, Jack." He grinned his sharp-toothed smile. "Have you summoned me so that I can collect my surprise?" Luke's palm was sweating, though from the poison or from nerves. Anouk wasn't sure. Renard continued his quiet whisper behind him, left hand gesturing in an endless circle, and one by one the other snow children materialized on the lamp-posts and railings of the bridge, their eyes hungry. Anouk squeezed Luke's hand. He still smelled like thyme, and it took her back to Madame Tour's townhouse attic, the stories Luke made up for her, to games of invisible ink and secret messages. At the end of the bridge, where the snow stopped, Cricket and Petra and Bo waited. Their faces were pinched. They didn't try to interfere. Luke whispered. Anouk whispered. "I can reason with Jack. I can take your place. There are ways to give up being witch." She expected him to argue. She was even ready for him to try to throw her over the side of the bridge to keep her from making such a deadly promise, but she didn't expect him to laugh. It came out of him in a deep, rolling burst that gradually turned to coughs, and he doubled over and hacked into the snow. When he straightened, he wasn't smiling. "Dust Bunny, I thought you'd have guessed." Her face pulled tight. "Guessed what?" He pressed his hand against his heart. "The poison." She shook her head. "I drew it out of you. I saw it. It poured out of your hand, that awful black mess." He gave her a sad smile. "It was too late, Dust Bunny. A dose had already gotten to my heart. That's why I agreed to Jack's deal. Don't you understand? Either way I'm going. I might as well go with a kiss." Anouk leaped, trying to make sense of what she was hearing. She twisted toward Cricket, Petra, and Bo, but they were too far away to have heard Luke's words. Renard was closer. His whisper wavered when he overheard Luke's confession, but only for a moment. His face was hard. He was used to losing those close to him. Anouk wasn't. Angry, she spun on Jack. "Did you know he was dying?" He blinked lazily at her accusation. "I know a lot of things, and I know that too." Anouk felt tears pushing at her eyes. They'd lost Tenpenny, they'd lost Saint, they'd lost Duke Carolynge, they'd lost Big O. Bo was without sight, and they didn't know if he'd get it back. She traded her hand in marriage to Renard in a deal that pitted the courts against one another, and they were now on the brink of a royal war. She couldn't lose Luke, too. She grabbed his lapels in both hands, made fists out of the fabric, and gave him a good solid shake. "Luke, you idiot." She'd faced losing him before. Where had that gotten her? Alone in Paris, unmoored, like a ship without a captain. It was true that in his absence she'd learned to stand on her own 2 feet and do incredible things, ride a motorcycle, kill witches, twist time itself. But she'd never looked to Luke to do any of those things anyway. He'd been her friend. His stories had taken place of memories she had never had. If it weren't for his fairy tales, she wouldn't have known about the pretty world, about monsters, love, and luck. "You won't lose him." She was so focused on Luke that she'd forgotten Jack was there. At his words, she frowned. "What do you mean? A kiss from a snow child doesn't kill. What about the frozen girls of the Black Forest?" Her voice was hard. If this was another one of his tricks, she'd lost her patience for it. Jack glanced over his shoulder at one of the other snow children, a girl on her own by the opposite lamppost. She sat on the railing, kicking her with her bare feet in the air, one arm wrapped around the lamppost. Her hair was the color of frost like the others, but there was something oddly familiar in the hunched way she sat. Anouk's eyes widened. The girl in the woods, the frozen corpse, it's her. Jack nodded. A kiss from a snow child might end one life, but it starts another. There are many realms, lovely. Did you think yours was the only one? It began to dawn on her that Luke must have known this. Luke was a story master, and he'd shared so many tales with her, even ones about the snow children, but he never told her the ending. Before she could stop him, Jack clutched the lamppost, crouched on the railing, and leaned forward. Luke hesitated for breath before leaning forward, too. Their lips met as the snow fell around them. At first it was simply a kiss, two young men on Westminster Bridge sharing a moment. But then Luke's body stiffened. It shook. Black lines threaded over his mouth and down his neck, and he started to convulse. Jack grabbed his head, not letting him pull away. He sobbed at the kiss, and after a shiver, Luke's body relaxed. The black lines settled deeper into his skin. His face took on a sheen of ice, and when he at last put away from Jack, Frost laced his breath. Anouk grabbed his shirt. "Luke!" "I'm here." His icy breath fogged in the air. His eyes were threaded through with black that bled into the whites. His eyelashes were coated in ice. His lips were tinged with blue. His scalp, where he had shadow of a hair, was like frost at dawn. She felt a sob in her throat. "You're ice cold." To her surprise, Luke smiled. "I feel warm." He tilted his head, for now. Jack jumped down from the railing, hopping over with nimble limbs. "You see, lovely? Your friend is not gone. Dead, yes, but not gone. Every time it snows, you'll have him again." She looked sadly at Luke. She could not help but feel that he was still lost to her. They'd never again passed secret notes to each other, never shared the latest goblin gossip over a bowl of praline cream, never sneak into the townhouse courtyard to watch the midnight roses bloom under a full moon. But the roses in the townhouse were gone anyway. There was no going back for any of them. Luke cupped her face and pressed their foreheads together. "Anouk, don't give up hope. Do you know how stories come to be? There's magic to stories, but not the kind made with tricks and whispers. Stories begin with one person and one idea. Fairy tales don't need spells to bring them into existence. They only need a dreamer with a good tale about people who fight for what they love, in a world that hinges on their actions. Best Bunny, you don't need any more of my fairy tales, do you understand? All they ever were words and wishes. I made them up. You're living your own story now. The story of a beastie who became a princess, a maid who saved a city. There's a place for you in this world. Find it. Write your own story. I promise you, it'll be told for ages to come by pretties gathered around campfires, by goblins over tea, even by royals or Magicanook." She thought of Cricket stealing the artifacts from Castle Ides in the British Museum, the clues that she thought led to the existence of other beasties. "Haven't you ever wondered what our place in the world is? What it could be?" Cricket had asked. They weren't maids or chauffeurs or gardeners anymore. They didn't answer to witches or royals. The Hote ran through their veins. They were bound to it, and it to them. Ages ago, Prince Renard had created the beastie spell for a reason. "Oh, look," she threw her arms around him. "I'm going to miss you. Whenever you need me," he said in her ear. "Summon the snow and I'll be there." She squeezed him tight. For a moment she wished time would freeze as it had for the pretties, but every story had to end sometime. At least they had helped the goblins retake their city. Even now she could hear the hoots and yelps of goblins racing through the London on motorcycles and busting into pubs, taking all the liquor and throwing gold coins at the pretties in exchange. She'd never know what it meant to have a home that she truly called hers, but she could see what it meant for them. Goblins were the oldest of the orders, even older than the royals, and yet for centuries they'd been treated as errant boys. That changed now. The Court of Isles based in London was gone. Without Prince Maxim and Lady Imogen, the city was free. She let Luke go and nodded to Renard. He understood her signal and that the snow whisper died on his lips. The snowfall lessened until the last flakes were nearly on the ground. Luke raised a hand, then he, Jack, and the rest vanished. Anouk stared at the place where they'd been. She heard footsteps and felt Beau's presence at her side. He rested one hand on the railing, felt his way along it, and then wrapped a hand around her waist. She leaned her head against his shoulder. "We are going to get your sight back," she promised. "And then we are going to help Cricket find what she was looking for." "And then what, Princess?" "Then we're going to do whatever we want, Beau. Go to America and drive that race you want, NASCAR, eat shrimp and grits, and deep dish pizza, and ride horses over mountains and lie out on sunny beaches. And when we're done, we'll find our place in this world, like Ruth said. We're the only ones in the Hote whom the Vitae Echo doesn't affect. That has to mean something. We can kill, but killing was never our primary purpose. I think we're meant to be guardians of magic in a sense, ensuring the balance of magic and technology, safeguarding the rules. making sure that no royals or witches or anyone else treads into a territory that could harm others. A magic army. More like magic police. There are only 5 of us, a bit small for an army. Are you okay? Oh, you're snoring. She pressed her hands against the sides of his face and guided his lips to hers. Beneath their feet, the Thames gurgled. In the distance, the Eye of London spun its Ferris wheel circle, giving pretty tourists a view of a city that had very nearly been annihilated, not that any of them remembered. Beau's hand traced up to her nape. She tilted her head back, letting her hair fall over her shoulders. If she had dust on her cheeks, she didn't care. She kissed Beau deeper. She smelled like the cologne from Pickwick's and Rue's winter frost and magic. She smiled to herself, thinking of Jack, and almost laughed. He was right. There was nothing in the world better than a good kiss. She pulled back and ran a playful finger down Beau's nose. When the crash came, she heard it distantly, like something that had happened in a half-forgotten nightmare. Her head turned toward the sound instinctively, as Beau did too, even though his eyes now saw nothing. He didn't see the odd way that the Ferris wheel had stopped. He didn't see the tangle of bodies on the street next to Westminster Bridge. He didn't see the goblin motorcycles and buses that had crashed together in a horrifying wreck. He didn't see that standing atop the Ferris wheel, commanding the wreck like a conductor leading an orchestra, was the man Anouk had stood with under the trellis of roses and married, Prince Renard, head of the Shadow Royals of Paris, overseer of the Haute. She'd saved London, and now, for some reason she couldn't possibly fathom, the man she'd bound herself to was tearing it apart all over again. I wish they wouldn't do that. I hate when I'm trying to bookmark it so that I can go to the table of contents. It just goes to the next page. Okay, there's really not much left now. Like 5 pages until the last chapter. Alright. Renard! She ran across the Westminster Bridge toward the London Eye Ferris wheel, a city of blur from the wind stinging her eyes. She gritted her teeth and whispered a spell to give her feet greater speed. Her heart pounded. What did Renard think he was doing? They'd stopped the noir cur. The battle was over. London was rightfully back in the hands of the goblins, as they'd always planned. I'm tired, Anouk, he had said. For too long power has been in the wrong hands. She leaped over a chain into the pier that housed the Ferris wheel, startling the pretties who operated the ride. They shouted to her. She cast a quick whisper that made her invisible to them. Renard, she called up. Stop this. On the Thames, the goblins had commanded a party boat that blasted out rock music. The boat was now rocking wildly back and forth. Though the rest of the river was calm, the boat suddenly tipped far too much to one side and started taking on water. The goblin screamed. The boat continued to take on water until it rolled over and began sinking. Giant air bubbles churned as it sank. Goblins were thrown into the roiling waves. It had happened in seconds. Anouk froze at the edge of the pier, watching in horror. Goblins were terrible swimmers. She didn't know how to swim either, but what did that matter to a witch? She had to save them. With enough life essence, she could drain the entire Thames. But if sensing her line of thinking, the water began to spin like a funnel, sucking down the goblins in the boat. She swallowed the last of her owl feathers and cast a spell to stop the water, but it was too late. Every one of the goblins vanished beneath the surface. As fiercely as she whispered, "None resurface." She shook her head as though she hadn't seen right. The goblins in the water were gone. How many of them? 20, 30? How many more had died on the buses and motorcycles Renard had made crash? Fury stormed in her chest until she felt she was going to erupt out of her. Power ached in her hands and feet. She spun towards the stopped Ferris wheel. He doubtlessly tried to prevent anyone from climbing it, but she'd flown before. She uncorked the bottle that held the rest of the saint's blood and stuck down a few hungry sips. Volart kill. She felt the thrill of her feet leaving solid ground. She held on to the bars of the Ferris wheel as she rose, not exactly flying, but certainly climbing with ease, rising higher and higher until the city skyline fanned out on the horizon, and then she was at the very top, and she grabbed the metal rim to keep from rising higher. She was breathing hard. This time the wind whipped at her, blowing her hair in her face. She pushed away, steadying herself on the precarious bars of the Ferris wheel, and faced Renard. He turned to her with a conflicted expression. The spell to capsize the party boat was still fresh on his lips. The whirl was so far below them that it made her feel dizzy, and she clutched the bar harder. "What are you doing?" she cried. "What we always planned to do, you and I." She sputtered in surprise. "We agreed to turn over our power to lesser orders, not kill them. Tell me you didn't lie to me, Renard. Tell me this isn't a trick." Hesitation wavered in his eyes. His brows knit together. "Anouk, you knew all along what I had planned. The Court of Isles is gone. The Coven of Oxford is dead. London is free for the taking. I'm the ruler of the hope which extends as far as the sun shines. I'm taking back what belongs to me." She felt like she was going mad. "No, you said you were tired of ruling. You said that power had been in the wrong hands for too long. That being a royal meant knowing when to hold on to power and when to give it up." He took a hesitant step toward her. "I am tired. Tired of usurpers like the Coven of Oxford trying to take what is mine." He ran a hand over his face and then held it out pleadingly. "Whose wrong hands did you think I meant, if not theirs?" "Yours. You hold too much power." His lips parted. He took another step forward. "Anouk, I thought you understood. When I said I had to make difficult decisions about whether to hold on to power or let it go, I meant that I had to hold on. At all costs. Power belongs to whoever takes it. That is the way of the Hote. That is the way of the pretty world. That is the way of everything." He licked his dry lips, his hair whipping in the wind. "And it's yours too. You are one of us now, Anouk, princess. We rule the Hote together. This is why I wanted you at my side, because you would temper my ambitions. Even your misunderstanding came from a good place. We'll take London together, and you can show me how to rule it fairly. The terms of our marriage, you can fall in love with that chauffeur if you must, but it won't last. In the end, we'll be faithful to each other, regardless of who else ends up in our beds." She gripped the rails of the Ferris wheel with her white knuckles. Below, the Thames kept churning. She could still hear the lingering screams as the last goblins drowned. "This is never what I agreed to. You're robbing the city from the goblins." "Goblins? They can't be trusted to feed themselves at a reasonable hour. They're barely more than children. It is our mandate to care for them. Show them what is right and wrong. We can do that together." Bile rose in her throat. "The goblins survived being thrown out of their city. They built a new life in Paris. They didn't have much, but what they had they shared. So what if they made a few mistakes? What they do or don't isn't any of our business. Don't you get that? They're entitled to forge their own paths." There was a longing in the way he looked at her. In a few steps he crossed the perilous framework of the Ferris wheel and crouched beside her. Impulsively he touched her cheek. His voice was a whisper. "This is why I need you, to show me the wisest course." She jerked her head away from his hand. "You're killing goblins who fought alongside you. You don't need me to tell you that's wrong. I've lived centuries, Anouk. Do you know what that feels like? Of course you don't. You barely lived a single year." She narrowed her eyes. "And in that year I've learned more about the world than you have." She paused. "Or maybe you knew once, but you've forgotten." His face turned grave. The wind whipped at her hair, threatening to push them off the Ferris wheel. "Anouk," his voice had changed. "Let's drop these games once and for all. You are alive because of a spell I wrote. You've proven yourself to be so much more than I ever envisioned. I don't care what you started your life as. I respect you all the more for how far you've come. You've never handed you were never handed anything. You didn't come from royalty, and you were here at the top of the world with me." He paused and then continued. "I'm no fool like that bumbling chauffeur of yours. You think I married you because it would bring the other royals in line? Of course not. I married you because I too have dreams late at night, dreams that I do not dare tell another living soul. Dreams of a girl with a broom in her hand, who might one day touch me as she touches the ones she cares about, who might smile at me as she does those she loves. A girl who is capable of loving the witch who raised her, even if she was the monster. A girl whom I would fall to my knees for, whom I would serve, as she has served others. Command me to sweep, and I will sweep. Command me to cook, and I will cook. How else can I tell you that I am yours, Anouk? Heart, soul, body, and mind. All of it has been yours since the moment I saw you on the steps of Madame Victoria's townhouse." Her palms were sweating. Below, the waves of the Thames rose and fell peacefully. It would be so easy to forget the boat he'd capsized, the bus he'd crashed, the innocent people he'd killed. She closed her eyes. "It was you, wasn't it? You burned down Madame Victoria's townhouse. It wasn't an accident. And what if I did?" He spoke quietly. She could imagine him standing on Rue de Amantes, whispering a spark into the dried bushes in front of the house, blaming it on the goblins of Vico. He didn't want her to have a home unless it was with him. There had been a time when she'd seen a possible future with him. Beau had still been a dog, would possibly never be a human again, and Renard had been by her side telling her everything she'd wanted to hear. How easy it would have been to overlook his ambition. Below, Beau was standing on the bridge waiting for her. She jerked her head to the side. She knew what she had to do, but it didn't make it any easier. Anouk, Renard whispered into her ear. I've done so much to bring you into my world, to give you what you deserve, luxury, power, wealth. He pulled back to meet her eyes. His were wide open, and for a second she saw the boy that he had been. I'll do anything you ask of me. But he wouldn't. She knew it as well as she would know her own heart. He'd twist the truth. He'd find a way to install himself back on top as he always had. She squeezed her eyes shut, drew in a deep breath, let it out, and then opened her eyes and looked up at him. I might have loved you, Renard, she said softly, but you see, it's wrong, all of it. Before he could process her words, she swallowed the last of Saint's blood. It churned in her belly with the remains of the owl feathers, spreading power through her entire body, blood of the crooks. Suddenly it didn't matter that she was perched high up, above the world on a wheel of matchsticks. I'm sorry, she blurted out. He cocked his head, a question on his lips, but he couldn't get it out before she whispered, Des forma humana, fisca ec scala animo. Okay, now there really are just 5 pages left. Chapter 49. For the middle of January there was a warmth in the air. Anouk made her way from the spinning London eye, full of pretties laughing at their glass orbs that crested over the city skyline, and ran their hand along the railing of the Westminster Bridge. She felt herself swaying slightly. She needed to hold on to something. She'd lost a lot of blood from her fight with Saint, and performing the Contra Vici spell had taken all the remaining strength she had. She paused to catch her breath. Below, ducks bobbed along the Thames. The breeze was light. Any trace of clouds that had once hung in the sky was gone now, and it was blue overhead. She closed her eyes and felt the sun on her face. The warmth vanished for a moment, and her eyes snapped open. A shadow flew over the water. It was a bird with wings that were compact and powerful. It glided on a gust of air, seeming to hover just above her, its shadow a perpetual twin to her own. She took a deep breath and forced herself to keep walking. Now sounds of merriment came from the Ferris wheel, but just moments ago she had been perched high above the city, facing a prince who ruled a shadow kingdom that commanded every aspect of the known world. It was almost touching how deep his sentiment had been. Living with the witch, she'd learned a thing or two about sincerity, and despite how little he told the truth in his long life, Renard hadn't been lying when he'd said he loved her. If she'd given him her hand, they would have ruled the world together, prince and princess of the Haute, seated in the glittering capital of Paris. But that was before he'd murdered every goblin in sight. Before that, she thought his soul could have been saved. I'm sorry, that was so loud. I don't even know what that was. And it's still going on. I don't even know what that is. Huh. If she'd given him her hand, they would have ruled the world together, prince and princess of the Haute. Okay, where was I? She learned a thing or two about sincerity, and despite how little he'd told her the truth in his long life, Renard hadn't been lying when he said he loved her. If she'd given him her hand, they would have ruled the world together, prince and princess of the Haute, seated in a glittering capital of Paris. But that was before he'd murdered every goblin in sight. Before that, she thought his soul could have been saved, and maybe it could have been, once upon a time when he was 20 years old, 50 or 200, when there'd still been a pure heart beating within his chest. But power corrupted so completely, the shadow of the falcon glided above her. She hadn't expected Renard to turn into a falcon. Was it because she'd used Saint Blood as a part of the spell, or because there was something piercing and regal about Renard like a bird? Or was it just a twist of fate? That was the trick about beastie spells. You never knew what you would get. One would think that a sly person would become a snake and a burly person would become a bear, but that wasn't how it worked. In the end, it was the magic that decided, and when she whispered the contra beastie spell to turn him into an animal, the magic had chosen a falcon. His skin had turned in on itself until radiant gray feathers burst from the seams, and he doubled over and twisted entirely around, and then there was simply no man anymore. His handsome clothes fell away. There were only wings and talons. At first she thought he might have become an owl. It wouldn't have been altogether surprising. They were similar in so many ways. But when she saw the sharpened beak, the piercing eyes, the falcon had let out a cry and flown high over the city. She thought that maybe that might be the last she'd ever see of him, but then on the walk back to Pickwick and Ruse, the shadow had fallen over her. She crossed Westminster Bridge, and amid the tourists snapping photos of Big Ben and Westminster Abbey, she spotted some familiar faces rushing toward her. Petra, champagne sunglasses glittering like diamonds, dressed in her fabulous black coat, Cricket guiding Beau by the elbow, and Hunter Black behind him, ever the bodyguard. "The goblins!" Cricket cried, her eyes filled with horror of it. "I know," Anouk's voice broke. Petra searched the streets, scowling. "I knew Renard was a monster. Where is he?" Anouk glanced over her shoulder hesitantly. The shadow wasn't right behind her as it had been at the bridge. When she scanned the trees, she saw the falcon perched on the branch, black eyes fixed on her. Let's say he's on an indefinite vacation. He won't be harming goblins or anyone else for a while." Cricket followed her gaze to the falcon and barked with a laugh. "Anouk, you didn't. You turned him into an animal. Oh, bravo! I had to. He was going to take London for the goblins." Bill made a moderately satisfied grunt. Anouk sighed anxiously. "Yes, but now I'm afraid of what's going to happen with the royals. The Knocked Pax is over and they've released from their bonds. Renard was the closest thing standing between us and an all-out war." Bo read ahead over her shoulder. "Let them fight. Let them kill one another. We've got nothing to do with their wars." Anouk was silent. Cricket shifted uneasily at his side. Hunter Black's face was an even deeper scowl. "What?" Bo asked. "Why is no one saying anything? Merritt, you all want to get involved, don't you?" "We aren't subject to the Vitae Echo," Anouk explained. We can kill. We could kill entire realms if we wanted to, and if we learned the right spells. We have to face the fact that there is a rift in this world. We trapped the Noir Cur in a new vessel, but technology is still growing. The balance is still tipping. And as magic shrinks, the hope will continue to fight over whatever remains. It's going to get ugly, Bo. That's where we come in. We can keep the peace. We're the only ones who can." He let out a long breath, shaking his head like he was about to be drawn into something he knew he didn't want to get involved in. She took his hand. "I saw strawberries in the market back there. We'll go home. I'll make cake. Talk of war goes down better when one has pastries in one's belly." They turned and made their way back through the winding streets toward the Castle Ides. She thought of the kitchens were there in the library, the enormous bedrooms and bathrooms. A princess could live a comfortable life there, a witch could study magic for centuries in that library, but she, beastie in her craved holy cozy bed and a good book, Bo at her side, the smell of herbs and the scent of adventure in the air. Cricket sighed sadly. "Luke would have turned his life into a fairy tale. He still might," Bo said. "We just have to wait for the next snow." Hunter Black walked ahead of them, scanning the street, always protecting his motley family, and behind them the shadow of the falcon. Anouk had a feeling it would always be hanging just over her shoulder wherever she went. They made their way through London, passing pretties going about their pretty lives, passing the occasional goblin roaring by on a motorcycle to Omen House. Hunter Black checked for any signs of ambush and gave them an all clear. Cricket rolled her eyes, telling him what a paranoid salute he could be. Anouk led Bo to the door and paused before following them inside. A strange string of words ruffled through her mind, the ones she'd whispered under her breath while trapping the Noir Cur in its new vessel. Cricket seemed to notice and fell into step with Anouk. Cricket spoke in a low voice. "You're certain that it worked? Our plan?" Anouk remembered the feeling she'd gotten when the Noir Cur had been transferred out of the clocks and into the new vessel, like the world had become a giant kaleidoscope that radiated out its power. In a burst of colored light, it worked. Word will spread. Everyone within the Haute will soon think the Noir Cur is trapped in the heart of Alexandrite, barricaded within the museum. Let anyone try to steal it. Ha! I'd like to see them get past the spells I put up, even if they did. Imagine their faces when they realized that Noir Cur wasn't contained in the jewel at all. Only you and I know the truth." Anouk nodded. On the rooftop, she'd suggested a crazy plan to Cricket. In order to truly contain the Noir Cur, it needed to be trapped in something that could never have been stolen. not an object, rather a concept. The original royals had been clever enough to trap it in time, but time manifested itself in too many ways. Anouk had a better idea: trap it in language. She'd always been fascinated by spells, and at the cottage she learned the powerful words of the Silentian box. She realized it was possible to trap the noir cur in specific words, nothing that might accidentally pop out of a book or conversation once more awakened the chaos. It wasn't until Hunter Black had shared his vision with her that she'd realized what words to use. He didn't know what Queen Mid Ruath's song to the stones meant, but she did. Baz Perik, Baz Mar, Baz Teri. En Utidava Ednum Sanav. Words only she knew, a song unique to her, and that way she was the guardian of the Noir Cur. And meanwhile, if everyone believed it was trapped in the heart of Alexandrite, no one would bother to look for it elsewhere. Thank you for your help, Anouk said. That's what thieves are for. A head bow stood in the doorway, head turned toward her, but eyes distant. Are you two coming? Behind her, the Falcon Turtle called sharply. She stared at the bird's fathomless dark eyes. He stared back. Yes, Bo, I'm coming. They entered the yeoman house and joined the other beasties in the elevator. She's the highest-ranking royal of all the Hote now. Kings and queens would bow at her to command. The elevator dinged on the top floor, and they stepped out, leaving London behind and crossing the enchanted threshold back into the penthouse floor. Paris. The glittering skyline showed the Eiffel Tower and a sea of rose-colored lights. She couldn't help but feel, even though she was princess and witch now, they would still be bowing to a maid. But maybe because nobody was that bad. But maybe being a nobody wasn't so bad. What had power ever bought anyone except ruin? She pressed her hand against the window. It was a beautiful city, a beautiful world. Maybe there were more beasties out there living beyond the overside of the Hote. Maybe they would find them. Maybe they'd figure out what path was theirs to walk. Or maybe, as Bo kept insisting, they would simply pile into the kitchen. He and Anouk and Cricket and Hunter Black cut fat slices of strawberry cake, summon snow in the dessert pantry, and listen to Luke tell them stories about animals who turned into servants, who turned into heroes, who worked themselves into a family. Okay, acknowledgements. That means that's the last part. Okay. I'm going to check now what the results of that poll were. But that was scary towards the end. I'm not sure if you heard that. There was a really scary sound. It sounded almost like gunfire, like someone, like, maybe driving around the neighborhood. That's just so disturbing. I don't even understand. Yeah, I'm going to end the stream. Yeah, it was really scary. Like, I don't know what that was. It sounded like possibly like gunfire. It didn't sound like somebody's car just like randomly. But I'm sure you heard it because my windows were open. Anyway, thank you for listening. If I can, I'll just check the poll and immediately start reading. Just one more minute. I'm trying to be careful, like when I'm reading now, when it's late, because I'm 33, but I remember on the 18th of pretty sure it was the 18th last month. On the 18th last month, I got a thing saying that that the algorithm believed that a child was left attended streaming all alone. Um, and I'm 33, and I was the only person who was streaming. And I did think, well, maybe it's the Furby. The Furby does appear to have, like, I mean, maybe it detected the Furby's face or something in some weird way. Like, maybe the AI really got confused like that. Um, and maybe that's what happened. Maybe somebody thought that. But then I thought, well, the other possibility is that it saw, somebody may have saw that I was live streaming and it had been all night, and maybe somebody reported it thinking that I'm younger than I am. I'm 33, and so I I lost the ability to stream for several weeks over that, even though I proved my age, and I couldn't contact customer support. Like, they wouldn't acknowledge me trying to reach out to customer support. And yeah, it was a nightmare trying to prove my age. And eventually they restored my access to live streaming. But I don't want that to happen again. I don't want the algorithm to think, like, while I'm streaming, like, late at night, because I know that I'm not using, like, a really good camera that can, like, right now I'm just using the built-in camera, and that always ends up being a problem with that, because it's not very, like, it's not going to pick up details very well. And so, I mean, that doesn't help either. So, like, it only softens my my room, and it softens what my face looks like. Um, Having just the built-in webcam of my laptop. So I'm trying to show my face less if I'm going to be up late at night live streaming, because I don't want somebody getting the wrong idea based on my face alone. I'm a 91 child, so, and that's not what I meant. What I mean is I was born in 91. That makes me 33. I was born in 1991. So, um, I mean, this doesn't mean I wouldn't be doing live streams showing my face ever again, because I'm sure, of course I will. But I mean, I just mean, like, right now, if somebody recognizes, oh, it's dim lighting, so this must be nighttime. I also don't want anybody to assume um, what my time zone is, or what part of the world I'm streaming, or anything like that from anything. So that's another thing. Like, it's better being able to hide it when you're streaming at night. But, I mean, that doesn't mean I won't stream during the day sometimes. I'll go back to doing that, but I worry now more than I ever did before about these kinds of things. People assuming and worrying about being hacked again. Um, it's funny actually. Tonight is precisely 3 months ago today. I started this one, this channel, after being hacked on the other channel. So I'm I'm still hoping that eventually that feeling of security will come back that I used to have about about this sort of thing, like having the YouTube channel and it not being attacked by any sort of hackers or anybody wanting to steal my accounts or commit identity theft or something crazy. I honestly don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't feel like it's good to worry too much or think too much about why even if I have some things I personally think about it. I just I just am more careful than I was before. Trying to be more careful than I was before. Hmm. Anyway, so yeah, it scared me hearing whatever was going on outside. It makes me suspicious, honestly. Really suspicious. I hate this. Um, I mean, we all just want to feel safe. Anyway, thank you for listening. Um, those sounds outside scared me really badly. I will check on um the poll and from there I'll choose which book I read next. Um, thank you for listening. Um, I guess just remember, like, You can't really help the face you have. I am 33. I know I don't look it. People always tell me I don't look it, but it's times like this I really wish I did. Because I hate that kind of thing of just like not being taken seriously or having the threat of something being taken down or, something over something that's not even true. I can prove my age. Anyway, good night. I'll probably stream again fairly soon.